in the back for anybody that's not on the executive committee. If you're not a district rep, if you're not wearing one of these lanyards, then please sit in the rows in the back that do not have a table. It's important for our voting processes that we have the executive committee up front, spectators, guests, interested parties in the back. People who want to make announcements, whatever brings you here. Any other announcements we need to make as far as of a general nature? I think that's gets us going. So now that we're underway, I guess one more thing about like the whole coming to order thing is that we are trying something new this time with an omnidirectional sensitive microphone up here that picks up a lot. So please, unless we're on recess or something, keep it as quiet as possible when other people are speaking. Thank you very much. And the streaming people back there, thank you very much. And anybody watching, thank you very much. Roll call, Miss Secretary.
Kate Prater, here. Kevin Hutchinson.
Here.
Michelle Wiggington, here. David Constant. Christopher Farrow.
Here.
Scott Talley. Jeff Miller.
Here.
Aaron Ramos. Billy Pierce.
Aye.
Jody Cole. Here. Kenneth Beacons.
Here.
Daniel Bledsoe.
Here.
Jocelyn. Here. Chris Owens.
Present.
Amanda Gibbs.
Perfect.
Matthew Gibbs.
Here.
Anastasia Wilford. Here. Mike Dooling.
Here.
Mike Coogan.
Here.
Ted Brown.
Here.
Clark Patterson. Carol Unsicker.
Here.
Kevin Hill.
Here.
Kyle Russell.
Here.
Jacob Bradley.
Here.
Brandon Ruman. Scott Peterson.
Here.
Jenny Moore.
Bring it.
Paul Dar.
Present.
Nolan Schmidt.
Here.
Nathan Garza. Renee Perez. RJ.
Here.
Joe Roberts.
Here.
Sean Swartman.
Here.
Clint Polar. Darren Pollock.
Here.
Susan Barney. Austin Hugan.
Here.
Nikki Brasher. Daniel Thornton. Bernard Johnson. David Marino.
Here.
John Wilford. Jack Westbrook.
Here.
Andrew Emmeline.
Here.
Jesse Coward.
Here.
Joe Burns.
Here.
Christy Ford. Here. Well, that's started. Wait. Nobody. So we have present, 37 present. So quorum is 19. And 2/3 is 25.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is time for public comments. We have anybody in the gallery that had anything they wanted to say to the executive committee while we're here? Don't see anybody seeking to be recognized. So we're getting off to a good start as far as keeping time goes. Speaking of keeping time, I believe last time Mr. Wilford was our timekeeper. Is there anybody who would volunteer to set a stopwatch on as we go into the reports and stuff? Sean, is that you got that? Thank you very much. That will be helpful. I won't be able to. I won't catch it. Adoption of our agenda. Then moving right along. Somebody want to move to adopt the agenda? We have. This is the original agenda. No changes have been made since I posted it. Okay. Oh, okay. Jody Cole moves to adopt the agenda, and we got seconds, so that's good. Wow. Take 5, smoke them if you got them. I guess we're doing well. Okay. Approve previous meetings. What? Oh. Okay. Yeah. I guess. That's fine. No, I'm happy to do that, and I think I can. Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah. I'll just have to pay more attention to that. Yes. Is there any objection to adopting the agenda? Thank you. Hearing no objection, the agenda is adopted as written. Previous meetings minutes have been distributed. Hopefully anybody interested has already looked at that. Is there a motion to adopt the previous meetings minutes? Who was that? Okay. Thank you. Any second? Second. Any objection? Hearing no objection, the minutes are approved. Wow. So here we go. Hey, this may not be as much of an issue as I thought it was going to be. You may have noticed if you looked at the agenda that the intention here is to get through our report section before lunch. And so we have the afternoon free to do the business we need to do, which is committees and budgets, either one of which would be a significant project, but we have 2 of those. So to help remind me to speak up, I'll stand up, except that's terrible. Not there, anywhere but there, I guess.
Sure. Just a quick housekeeping item. Do we have Wi-Fi passwords or anything like that, or exit routes for a very crowded room to get out of? Just, where's the phone if we catch on fire?
If anybody didn't notice that the 3 or 4 doors that we have here on the side, those would be your alternative exit route. No Wi-Fi password. Is there a specific?
The good one is if you have to do the Hilton Honors. Password is premium with a capital P. The one they gave me for the room keeps timing me out every few minutes.
Yeah. What else was on it, Billy?
Yeah, the Wi-Fi password is really the main.
That was it. Yes, that was good. Thank you. Okay, so chair report. I want to start by saying it's been a kind of a weird quarter. Would be one way to put it. I've been on the road 5 of the 14 weeks that in this quarter since our last meeting. So it's been a little hairy for me, but I'm back now. So I'm looking forward to rolling out of the election campaign season and into the legislative action season where we can hopefully make a difference in Austin. That said, some of the things that I'm working on, probably the principal one right now is I'm very focused on our need for a development section, a development department, and fundraising. And so along that line, if you're tracking the forum, we have 2 candidates right now that will be interviewed this next week. One is a man named Charlie Tilton, experienced nonprofit fundraiser and with political experience. So he's applied for development director. And Jennifer Renner has applied to be a development associate. She'll actually research coordinator is probably going to be the title. Her background is in data analytics and survey stuff, and so she's going to be helping some with canvassing our existing supporter base to
learn more about, why people are here and what their priorities and values and interests are. And then once we get a better handle on that, and we're working more on more specific touches to our existing supporter base, she'll also be working to with public messaging, trying to do the research that will help support, like the efforts of our communications department, that kind of thing. So she'll be interviewed next week. A recent development is that yesterday Carter Panic submitted an application for volunteer executive director. And so we'll be starting the process on that. That raises some interesting possibilities. It also probably raises some interesting concerns. Lots to think about with that. But if that's a match, if that's a fit, if you can do the work, then one of the things that excites me about that is that it would relieve Jesse and me of that function and give us the opportunity to do more chair and vice chair specific work, like the Liberty International Conference that we'll be going to this next weekend. Fly the flag, represent, have libertarians showing up in appropriate spaces to promote our party. That's what I'd like to see us doing more of. So that's what's going on with the staff at this point. I'll go ahead and cover the fundraising part. I forgot that I put myself in as speaking for development in the absence of the development director, but we'll just handle it this way. Y'all should be, I assume y'all are interested in what's going on with Jeff Hewitt. That has, it was an experiment worth running. I'm not going to ask SLEC to keep him on as a fundraiser. I am going to go ahead and make one more contribution to get him to the end of the year. I want him to help me with the legislative action fundraise that's planned for between now and the first of the year. And he is already in contact with Frank Lozano. I don't know who else is tracking from Discord, but Frank Lozano, our previous political action director and sometime district representative, he came with the 2 points of an incumbent city council in a four-way race, and is going to the runoff with this guy. For my mind, that's the most exciting thing that's come out of this deal, is that he has a real shot on December 14th. If you're not on Discord much, you haven't seen it, but there's a call already going out for fundraising. Thank you, Michelle Wigington, for leading the way with let's go. LFG, let's do this, right?
LFG.
But volunteers too, boots on the ground. Well, again, thank you,
I was there
Michelle.
for 8 hours. I put it at least.
Yeah.
Anybody.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody who had the ability to get down to Harlingen, even for one day or something like that, it would be helpful to support his campaign. Wouldn't it be cool if we ended this year with a city council like this in Texas, right?
Shut up, take my money.
Okay, well, go to both franklazano.com or anybody remember, it's in Discord, you'll find it. And please help support Frank in his runoff run.
Don't remember it, there will be an email blast going, asking for that too.
That's right. Yes, our communications department is on it. I think that. Yes. There you go. He has his balance is going to get years. And so he is a part of the house. I just felt like it was just managing it. So if you know anybody is in also, for those of you that favor the strategy, and we recently had a big debate about that on Discord. But if you believe that running in smaller races, lower voter numbers, easier to reach a larger percentage of those voters with your message, if you believe that that's the key to building credibility, then and you know somebody that's going to run in a local race in May, or if you want to run in a local race in May, it's not too late to sign up for that. Jeff also would like to see. He is right now studying counties in Texas to try to figure out where there might be vulnerabilities where we could run somebody and possibly win. So come back to that. Policy's not here today, but there's support for that if you are involved in any way in a local campaign in May. as far as going forward from here, Jesse and I, Jenny's going to go to Liberty International, represent there, see what we can learn, see what kinds of networking we can do and contacts we can make. A huge thing for me in this coming quarter is going to be strategies for support growth for donors and volunteers. We need both, and assuming things go well, like what they say about assuming, but if they go as well as I think they should with Charlie and Jennifer, GD in development, RJ, we'll have a lot to talk about over the next 6 weeks or so in terms of how we're going to grow this party. A lot of the problems that sometimes we bicker about and try to decide who's right and who's wrong will simply go away if we can grow the party big enough, fast enough to give us more resources to do more things. Then everybody can do the things they want to do instead of trying to tell somebody else that they should be doing it different. I hope that's where we're headed. So, yeah, and speaking of growth, then that leads to an operational thing that has to happen, and we have to increase our utilization of the Nation Builder toolkit, our CRM, and so there are various things going on with that. Joe and I are talking about getting the text capability set up in Nation Builder. We've already had a couple guys try to get that going. I don't know if anybody else has ever tried to set up a text messaging capability for a political organization, but let's just say they don't make it easy and leave it at that. Yeah, it's just a big ask what it is. And I think it's on purpose. It's a pain in the ass. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I let my voice kind of tail off.
No, it was me. I'm disconnected. I'm sorry.
Sorry. One of the things we want to do operationally to increase our effectiveness is get our text messaging capability. Part of our contract with Nation Builder is a lot of texts that we aren't using yet. I don't think there's a rollover, so we need to use that feature. And since the reason the treasurer would be working on that is because A, he cares a lot about fundraising, and B, because back when we were on Civi for a minute, he's the one that successfully penetrated the labyrinth of regulations and restrictions and thou shalt nots and so forth to get that one going just about the time the city became completely dysfunctional. So yeah,
Thank you.
so it goes. So getting the text messaging set up, as Amanda reminded me about the blast for Frank, one of the things communications and I are trying to ramp up is our email blast. More touches. That tends to be kind of a reactive, like, OMG, we got to, ask people money, or we got to, do this thing. I would like to see that more. What?
Your time's up.
Oh, I said 1 minute.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Thank you for that. I better speed it up. Also looking at action button, which we'll talk more about this later, but Anastasia. There she is. Anyway, action button may actually replace me mode, or it may not. We'll talk about that more later. Talked to Jocelyn about a project backfilling donation data. Our account manager at Michael O'Neill is helping with fundraise, and he actually hooked me up with a new app, integrated information builder called Fundraising Report Card, which is basically an analytics suite for our donor base, and it's pretty cool. And so, but it'd be cooler if our data in Nation Builder was completely up to date, no gaps, no missing links because of the Nation Builder City Nation Builder plan. So that's the deal.
Move to extend 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Second. Jack.
Okay, and we have an objection, so we're going to vote. That's the time for debate is 2/3. It's time for. Don't realize how much I need to go for until he's not here. Time for agenda time is majority. Okay, so who wants to extend time for 10 minutes? Who would rather move on as we with the agenda? Holy moly. Okay, well then that fails. So thank you very much. I will be available for any questions during the lunchtime or after the meeting. So
In the development.
hold that thought.
In the development portion.
Yeah, I plan to yield that, but yeah.
Wrap them together, huh?
Okay. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah.
Get your tip.
I see how that's gonna work out. Okay, so moving to the vice chair report.
With the vice indulgence, we got a little bit ahead of schedule, and I do know that Mr. Lee Sharp has joined us, and he was planning on making a comment during public comment, but we moved along pretty quickly with body indulge, me ceding some of my time to Mr. Sharp to address us. Okay.
Oh, God. It's a long walk. Thank you. For those that don't know, I'm Lee Sharp. I ran for House Rep for the 4th time this season. Welcome to Find Out. This is the part that comes after Fuck Around. I've run 4 times. And up until now, I'd increased my numbers every single time. This time, I spent a lot of money, huge amount of time, had a lot of help, and my numbers didn't go up. Before I go into why, though, I do want to thank a couple of people like Michael Winters, who made an amazing website for me. Carol Unstucker, who was at the early polling places, constantly shaking hands, waving signs. Mike Coogan, who was my biggest donor. And Joe White, who was my most unexpected donor, because I didn't actually ask him for money and I got it.
Go, Joe.
He does that.
But
4 donors. I had a lot of people talk about my race. A lot of people say, hey, we want to support you. 4 donors, 1 volunteer. We have a problem. I had to struggle to stay even because if you look at our numbers across the board, everything went down. I mean, our presidential results were horrible. We had to overcome civil war within the Libertarian Party. That affected our reputation, that affected donations. We also had a lot less people running. When I started doing this, you would see on my ballot, I saw dozens of libertarians. Now, I saw 5.
It might be worthwhile to describe the race you ran and why you were such a key component.
Okay. Gene Wu is one of the most hated representatives in all of Texas, even by his Democrats.
Yeah.
But he's in such a gerrymandered district that the Republicans have abandoned it. So it's a 2-way race when I'm in it. I went from 11% to 18% to 24% to 24%. And it was really disheartening when my numbers didn't change. And then I looked at all the other numbers and realized why they didn't change. Because we got a problem. We got a real problem. I suspected since we had so much less people running, and since so many people were not donating national because of all the stuff going on there, that maybe there would be more money for local races. No, there was nothing. Every single person I had a chance to talk to wanted to support me. People don't, oh, I'm voting for Gene, talk to him for a few minutes. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, never mind, I'm voting for you. We own the platform. We own our goals, what we stand for. We own all that. They're not voting against us because they don't agree with what we believe in. They're voting against us because of us. You know, we're the reason they're not voting Libertarian. It's not because they think the NAP is a terrible idea. It's not because they think government leaving you alone is a terrible idea. It's because us. And so if we want to go forward, we got to do a lot. I was thinking while I was driving up here about a lot of people. Does anybody remember David Turner? Yeah. Great guy. He came to all the SLEC meetings, set everything up. He's gone. Chelsea Meckel, gone. While I was campaigning, I got to know a lot of the other people campaigning. Kathy Chang was running against Joan Huffman, and I smiled, talked with her about that, because the last person I remember running against Joan Huffman was Lauren LeCount, one of the Libertarians who won city council. And she's gone. Luke Spencer, Elliot Sherman, Clayton Hunt, gone. And this isn't on principle. This is on us. And right now I'm looking at my numbers. I'm really disheartened because I put in a lot of time, a lot of money admittedly, I could have started earlier, and it took me a month to open my bank account for donations because banks just don't understand. But again, that's also on us. We don't teach any of our candidates how to open a bank account. If we want to win races, if we want to make a difference, we got to make some changes, and we got to stop running people off because we've lost some great people, and we got to turn around and look at it and own it. I was also listening to the news this morning where the Democrats are all talking about how did we lose? When we're for the people, how did we lose? They're refusing to look at why they lost. We can do better than that. We need to look at why we're not keeping people and why we're not running races. Also, I am keeping my bank account open for a little while longer because I spent about $2,000 on this race and I raised $500. That might be another reason why we're not getting a lot of candidates, because a lot of other people can't afford to spend $2,000 on a hobby. And frankly, if I'm spending $2,000 on a hobby, there are better hobbies than this one. So, again, thanks to everybody who supported me. The website looks great. I'm keeping it. But right now, I am tired. I'm a little disillusioned, and I'm going to take a break. But thank you for the support that y'all did. And thank you for your time.
All right, I'm going to take a cue from Mr. Matthew Gibbs, who his last SLEC meeting said, why don't you just stand up there and ask people if they read the report and they have any questions. Does anybody have any questions about the report? All right.
There you go.
You're welcome. I was like, can I do that? Right.
Yes.
Okay. If nobody has any questions, then I will see the remainder of my time.
Yes. Awesome.
No Easter eggs, no dollar bills, no energy for Easter eggs.
Question. Around you saying it up for Mr. Robertson's.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
I could give a quick update on that, guys, and it didn't really the update on the Robertson case is that there's no update. So I did attend the Texas House criminal jurisprudence hearing. Very informative. It went like 9.5 hours. It was a long haul. But I think the next step, I think basically they took a break because we were coming right up on election, is I think they're going to either try again to get him to be able to come testify in front of the committee, or the committee's going to go to him. But I think the bottom line on top is there's no new execution dates. As soon as that would be January, but there's no new date at this point. With the state of Texas, it has to be 90 days. So at this point, I think the committee will probably be picking back up again. And the goal is basically to get him a new trial. So that's kind of the best that we can hope for right now. There was talk about maybe the Court of Criminal Appeals trying to get one of those. So that decision went 4-5. And so there was talk about, hey, we can get just one of those judges to flip. That would be great. And I think Representative Jeff Leach got himself in some hot water for texting one of the judges on the CCA. But it's all still very much up in the air right now. So as I hear more, I'll obviously keep you guys informed, but no news at this point.
I have a question.
Yes.
So would you say, like, obviously your work was extensive on this, I appreciate it. Would you say that all of that might be the reason Dudley's now emailing us again?
It's my fault that Dudley's emailing us again.
You don't know.
You know what? Or they just delete.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't know.
Reply to Dudley.
Yeah.
Don't reply all.
I do want to give Chris Jessica this report, like the amount of work that she is doing as vice chair is insane. And so, like, I mean, she is in everything, doing everything. So, like, this report, I don't even think shows the amount of effort that is going in. And
It
I just want to say, no matter
Like the emails that I received and Luce, during that time.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. I was disconnected and not receiving emails from Peter. So we got it fixed. So there were some county ministers forms that I did not receive. Kyle gave me like last night, so your full application is not included tonight. You're just on the overview and the graph. So any questions, just about those. Any other questions?
Regarding, Harris County, I want to extend to the body. Sorry, not sorry. So I appreciate everything you do
I
there.
can't hear you. Michael says he's sorry, not sorry. He appreciates the work you're doing in Harris County.
Thank you, Miss Teacher. Teacher voice.
Right. Good.
So, if there's nothing else, then I need my time. Yay!
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Burns.
How do you got me on the report?
Yeah.
So you may or may not have had time to review this. I got it in later than I would like to have had. But as far as giving you information, I mean, obviously you've got this to look at. If you have any questions, feel free to interrupt and ask. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. I think we're going to get into everything we need to get into in budget discussions. I would kind of preface that discussion with this idea of reserves. That's come up a lot on the forum. We do have a reserve account. If you scroll down to the asset, let's go ahead and go to the assets first before we go to the budget. Let's get to the balance sheet, if you would. There, stop right there. So you can see our 6 bank accounts. These are our 6 bank accounts. The supplemental account, I'm going to rename it because it's now candidate support. Isn't that what we?
Yes.
Campaign support. Okay, campaign support. So I need to rename that, but that's the campaign support account. You can see our reserve account has over a $10,000 balance. It's mandated by the bylaws that we keep, I think, what is it, 5K that we have to keep, but we have to have a vote of SLEC to spend any money out of it. So in other words, I can't move $1 out of that into general fund or make it available for spending unless we do a vote. I don't even think the vote, I think the vote threshold is like a majority, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not even a special vote threshold. So to me, if you view reserves as an emergency fund, like only break the glass when you really need to have this. I don't even consider that a true reserve account, because a simple voter select is easy. It doesn't really put anything more than a bump in the road. If you wanted it to be an emergency type fund, and we need to change a bylaw and raise a vote threshold on that. But my view of reserves is more an accountant's view, which is to say your bullets in the chamber, your cash, what you have on hand to be able to spend. It's not already allocated for some other version of expense, right? So this is money that you've got available in case projections don't go the way they're supposed to go. So everybody's got to decide where they stand on that. It's not a 2 + 2 = 4 thing. You guys each individually has to decide what is my couple level reserve. So we're going to have to use on that. There may be some last in the day. You guys will, as we decide what we do, what we stand, and what the comfortability is. Some party kind of cash in my hand. I always look at my hand on that, but I'll say, as I mentioned before, that I kind of feel like my office is more give you the facts, make sure you're educated enough on the subject to make the best decision for the party. And if you start to run this financial train off the rails, I'll start screaming. So I kind of want to take a back seat to that, but I do definitely have my own opinions on that, where we should be. As far as the financial health of the party, even with the proposed budget, I think we're in good shape. We're in better shape than we've been in a lot of years. One of the years, I think it was 19 or 20, we had to slash the budget in a big way, because we just didn't have the cash on hand. And I was the one that suggested we do that, because I didn't feel like we could count on raising money when we needed to, and we were so short on cash that it just felt irresponsible to not start with a very slashed budget. We're in a very opposite position from that. We're sitting on $200,000 worth of assets. Now, granted, 70,000 of it is for the convention fund, and that's a sequestered fund. We can always spend out of that if we want. We have to do a vote, whatever the process is to do that. Before we ever do that, though, I feel like we'd have to get into pretty dire straits before we had to reach into that fund. But it is a comfortable feeling knowing we've got 70,000. We can put on a convention without selling a single ticket. We know we can do that. Now, if we only had 20,000 in that fund, I'd be a little more hesitant to pass a spendthrift style budget, because then in that case, we might have to dip into our regular operating fund to crank off the convention. But as it is, convention's a standalone. We don't have to worry about it financially. It'll be fine. So what's left to look at is our general fund, which is 85,000 balance as of September 30th. Now, I'm doing true accounting books on the quarter, so the data you're getting is old because it ends September 30th. If you ever analyze any financial statements for any companies, they're going to have financial notes associated with them, things that they're either required by law to produce or that the accountant felt like you needed to know. If you'll scroll down to the bottom of this, we're going to have a couple of notes on the balance sheet. The first note, and I put this in here simply because we're having a budget discussion. So our bank balance exceeded 96,000 as of a couple of days ago. So while you're looking at 89 or whatever it was, 85, it's actually about 10 grand higher than that. So if you're thinking in purposes of where we're at right now, we're about $96,000. I would suspect, if I had to guess, we'd probably be around 90 at the end of the year, 90 to 95, I would think, at the end of the year for starting fiscal year 2025. Go ahead and go back up to the assets. And let's see, and the legal fund's sitting with 28K?
28 and change, 29.
Yeah, and then but that's going to go down. We just dropped a big payment like yesterday on the attorney, but it puts us about 8,000 ahead with him. So we've got about 8,000 retainer yet to be spent. So we're money ahead on the attorney, which is why in the budget we've even planned a fundraiser for it. No need to bring money in for it yet.
Question on that. We spent 10,000 on that earlier, and so that's in addition to that 10,000 earlier this year.
Yes. That was a payment like April, I think.
Can I get 30 seconds?
Before?
Yeah, in April, we made a $10,000 payment, which paid off 10 of about 11 and change bill, leaving a small balance. The reason we're making a payment of 10 now is because it was budgeted for this year, and we have a hearing coming up in January. So it's a prepayment of money that's gonna get spent over the next 30, 60 days.
And that $10,000 payment back in April, most of what was billed was for work done in 23.
Yes.
It
Yeah,
just
that was
came
getting
out of
caught
the
up.
budget.
Yeah.
So
The budget conversation a lot later.
Yes.
did that answer your, okay. Legislative action fund is sitting at 10 grand. That's going to be some discussion during the budget because we're budgeting for quite a bit more than that. We are going to need to raise money to account for that. And again, we'll get into the budget later. I'd love to give that department more money, but just between us here as execs, we're going to need to raise money for this. Like, this is going to be a big expenditure. It's a huge percentage of our overall budget, but we don't have it on hand. It's the only thing that concerns me in our budget. But just like when we had the problems with the legal fund, this party has shown we can raise money. So when you're thinking about reserves and what do we need to have on hand, you have to consider a couple different things. What are your expenditures, what you're spending it on, your income projections, how solid are they? And then in this case, the ability to raise money quickly. We're not like a typical company where you can forecast your sales or make any real accurate predictions of where that income is going to come from. But we're also different from a regular company in that when we need to make 40 grand, we can do it in a couple of months if we need to. We've proven that. I proved that with the legal fund.
Yeah, he's proven.
So
Yeah.
if we have to, we can do it. But I want you guys to know, the only real concern I have is making sure we open our wallets when the fundraiser starts for the Legislative Action Fund. We need to be spreading the word. You guys need to be disseminating that down to your people across the party. I want to see donations flooding into that so that we can meet what we're about to obligate ourselves to, and do the thing that we're supposed to do, affect politicians. So I think that's really all that I had. I mean, go ahead. Ted.
All right, so Billy and then, or Billy said Kate, Dave.
Okay.
Billy Pierce, 57. Do we have any interest income to report?
Yes, is it not a line item in the budget? Scroll back there. I'm pretty sure there is one.
It's line item.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
The only thing I don't like about that is we have interest coming in multiple different accounts, so we understand that.
Yeah.
But it's,
Right.
but our general fund is really our main checking account. We're catching interest in the convention fund for sure, but I'm pretty sure we're catching minor interest. Are we catching it in the legal fund, the legislative action fund, all those specialized funds? Those are their savings accounts. It's minor interest, but the bulk of that is coming off of the 70 grand sitting in the convention fund. And guys, if we get to that point, if we know that we're not going to touch that money, I would rather see that 70 grand go into a CD or something, because it's 2 years in between conventions. So I'd like to see us pull something and get a little bit more out there, but it might, I think, are you headed to the tax implication?
Yeah. Following up on, thank you for reporting it as an individual line item. I appreciate that and for explaining the source of it. After a bit of research myself and collaborating with another member of this body, I do have some concerns about the reporting implications that result from us having interest income. And I want to ask, have you sought outside counsel or advice on that implication? And are you prepared to talk about it, or is it something we should talk about in an executive session or a report that you can write up for us?
I would say I know enough that right now I'm not comfortable discussing it on a microphone.
Yeah, that's what I was.
I don't think we have enough to work on an executive session today. I'm still looking into that. I'd like to get with you again because we spoke last meeting. I haven't made much. I've let my accountant know I'd like to discuss it with him, but I've also put him on hold because I'm going to need his help with some of what we're doing with the books. And
I've dug further and sought advice outside to say, ask a couple of quick questions. Perhaps I can bend your ear over there.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's get together because I'd like to come back with something next quarter. So we can say, okay, here's what the experts are telling us. Here's what we need to do, or we don't need to do anything. Keep trucking on.
So just
Hold on,
purely
Mike,
for,
just a second, we got a queue, but I'll put you in the
Sorry.
queue. That's okay. We got Ted, Kate, Dave, Jack, and then Mike.
I was, it was the same subject because I brought this up at the last meeting about CD rates were so good back then in August. They've gone down a little bit.
Half point.
Yeah, something like that. So we thought that could be like thousands instead of like a few hundred jumping on that like back in August, you know. Because we have especially, well, both the convention fund and the general fund are some part of it because it's just it's total passive income. We don't have to do much of anything except to, you know, open the account. So
Yeah,
it's like something that should be jumped on.
at the prevailing rates, we're missing out on about the current CD rate, we're missing out on about $3,000 a year off that convention fund in interest. So we could ostensibly, we get about a year and a half out of that. So we're looking at $4,500, $5,000 of interest income on the convention account alone. If we were to pop that into a CD and have it open back up right before we need to start spending out of it for convention.
And even part of the general fund, just part of it, you know, because it's what you can do in 3 months, 6 months.
We can do the short term and let it ride in there. That's something we can do. But before we do that, Billy's point with possible reporting and my most hated three-letter agency.
So we should just be careful with what we want.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Because it could very easly cost us far more than we earn
Yes.
in other types of fees, like legal fund. So. But let me pause for a second. One thing he mentioned about the texting thing, I had to have a three-way conversation with Kay because she was our treasurer at the time when I was trying to help us get the ability to text all of our donors. Like, we need the ability to text people. You get these texts all the time, but we need to set it up in a way that the text will automatically go to spam. And we can bypass people's spam folders if we have the permission of all of the cell phone carriers. So there's a certain methodology you have to do to jump through all these hoops. And it includes even vetting every text you send, sending it through their system so that they know that I pre-program it so that it doesn't throw your stuff in a spam. And most political parties, they don't do that. That's why if you have a spam catchers, they'll go in there. But we don't want to do that because it costs us money every time we send a text. So you're just throwing money away at that point. But when you got billions of dollars to spend on, like they can do that. We can afford to do that. So I jumped through all those hoops, and one of the hoops included a conference call between me, Kate, and that three-letter agency, just to get confirmation that we were a certain label organization within their structure, because the cell phone companies required that, because political spamming or political texting, they take that, the carriers take that a lot more seriously. And this isn't, I think there was a part of it that was government regulation, but most of it was actually self-regulation within the cell phone carriers, all getting together and saying, okay, guys, we got a big problem. All our customers are pissed off because we're letting all these people spam, because they're making money off of this too. And they don't want to kill that money. So they've created this system that you have to jump through to make this stuff work. And I got it approved. We were there, and then the city thing happened. So now we're probably back to square one, but I'm going to be looking back into that and seeing if any of the progress I made, like acquiring the phone number for us, and the other things, some of that should transfer over and limit the amount of work we have to do. But I probably dumped 100 hours plus into that the first time. So anyway.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, sir.
We have a number of people in the queue, and
Yes.
I'd like to ask that we limit the discussion to the questions asked and answered so that we can move on. Please.
That's fine. No problem. Who's next?
Kate, then Dave, then Jack, then Mike.
So for the reserve, I just kind of want to remind, it's been a long time, but some of the point of the reserve was actually to help protect the treasurer. And the reason why 10K is because that is the max amount of fine a treasurer can incur with TEC filing.
Oh, you mean y'all do?
And whenever you are a treasurer, you are personally on the tab for any fines and fees, not the organization. But obviously, we wanted to make sure that the organization had the treasurer's back.
Yeah.
So
I don't expect that, but I appreciate that.
yeah, no, but I did too. It wasn't even my idea. It was the other officers who were like, "Oh, we're going to have you back." So part of that, and then the other thing too is, again, 10K was a good number for break the glass, was because when 2020 happened and we didn't know what was going to happen with convention and we didn't know what was going to happen with income, it was a good number that we said, because since we have to hold convention to be a political party in Texas, we could comfortably hold the basic
Meeting parking lot
convention.
convention.
And so that's why those two reasons were the last month.
Move to extend time.
We've got one, how many people do we have in the queue?
3 in the queue.
So with that, my question is, with that information, would you still want to dissolve it?
No, I'm not suggesting we dissolve that account
Okay.
by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying, I don't think we need to add to it. I don't think that gives us any protection. So basically out of time, we've got a few more people in the queue. How many minutes? Motion on the floor to extend time.
Yeah, we have a motion on, now we do. We have a motion on the floor to extend time for 10 minutes. Second, is there any objection? Okay. Proceed to a vote. If you would please raise your hand if you would like to extend time to hear the rest of these questions.
I looked it up, it does require 2/3 vote.
I wondered about that. Since it's, yeah. So we need 2/3 to extend time. So if you want to hear 3 more questions, then, okay. If you do not want to extend time, put your hand down. If you do not want to extend time, the motion carries.
All right, next
So we have
question.
10 more minutes and 3 questions. I hope.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hopefully less than 10.
Dave?
Oh, hey, you talk about the tax implications.
I didn't say that.
We do have a tax lawyer, I think just ran for Supreme Court justice. Just an idea. It's outside of purview. Okay, so you might. Are you considering, when you're looking at projections, are you considering the drop off that we have after every major election cycle?
Are you talking about income projections?
Yes.
Okay. This is the question that kind of gets me. So I'll say this, I came on SLEC in 2018. For those of you that don't know, one of my BBAs from Baylor is in accounting. I 4-0'd my financial accounting classes and 2-0'd my tax classes. On purpose. I used them to sleep. I knew the tax code changes every year. I wasn't going to sit to be a CPA. The only reason I got a degree in accounting is because my other degree is in entrepreneurship. So I wanted to understand the language of business, because if you don't, you end up losing your golf course like Willie to a shiesty accountant. So to me, that was my thinking in college. Since I got on this board in 2018, there has never been an income projection that during the discussion of the budget that I was comfortable with at all. I've always thought the income projections vastly overshot what we can safely say we're going to bring in. The reason I've never raised an objection during the budgets over income projections is because that, in a business, that would be a main concern, right? If you can't sell it, you're done. But this isn't a business. It doesn't operate like a business. So the reason I never raise an objection is because I know this party can raise the money it needs to raise when it needs to raise it, and it can also stop spending money instantly if it wants to. So we can always pivot and pivot quickly. Any budget that we approve can be changed well, maybe not tomorrow, in 2 days. Literally, the budget we approved today, I can go make a motion on the forum to change that, and if you guys agreed with me, in 48 hours it'd be changed. So it's not like we're stuck with whatever we approved today for the entire year. And so we have that freedom of movement. We have the ability to raise money. We have the ability to stop spending. So the fact that we don't get anywhere near being comfortable enough with any income projections, in my eyes, others' opinions may vary, it doesn't bother me. I'm okay with that. This would be a far different discussion if this were a company that sold widgets and we've been selling them for 10 years and the income projections better be tight. But we can't do that in this line of work. Partially for what you mentioned, you've got the cyclical nature of it. Partially because you never know who's going to screw up. It could be me, piss off a lot of donors, and now everybody's mad. Nobody wants to give us money. Or who knows, the LNC may implode. Now everybody wants to give us money. But there's just no way to accurately predict income here. So
Right. Can I tag?
Yeah.
And then we'll do another one. The income we're basing this on right now is basically just kind of a rerun. It's assuming a lot of people don't quit, but it does not, some can quit, not a lot. But it assumes no growth while we're in the middle of bringing on 2 very capable people to help us with development. So this is, from our point of view, this is a bare bones, minimalistic budget. What I'd like to see would be that we have a successful fundraise for legislative action. We start to build our membership back up, get some donations, and we'll be coming back next summer to actually look at the budget again and see if we can spend some more
And to
money.
add to that, there's some money I want to spend, but I haven't made that motion yet because I'm gonna wait till spring because it's not current, it's not something we need right now. So because the budget's tight, I decided not to even ask you guys for money, just wait until we've raised some money, get some money pumped in the legislative action fund, and then see where we're at. Because what I need is not necessary.
We're probably 5 minutes into our 10-minute extension. We got two
Yeah,
people waiting.
okay, go for it. Was that good, Dave? Did that-
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Mr. Westbrook,
Jack,
On your income statement, note number 2, could you elaborate on that, please?
on which part of the income statement?
The bottom of the note.
Okay, the notes. So if you want to scroll down, and by the way, just so you guys know, at the end of the budget, pause right there for me. Under the financial notes, what I've gone to doing is including the notes that I'm putting at the bottom of the balance sheet and profit loss right there below the budget. So you can see them there as well.
Equity and retained earnings is what I'm asking about.
Okay, so scroll down to the income statement at the very bottom where profit is.
Right there.
This one?
Yeah, well, scroll up so you can see it.
Oh, sorry.
So there at the bottom, at the equity section is what he's talking about. The equity and retained earnings.
Scroll up to the note number 2. Is what I'm asking.
It's right there.
Yeah, number 2.
There you go.
Elaborate on that. It's not specific.
Okay, so retained earnings in accounting terms is basically, let's assume you're one of your business, you profit $30,000 and you don't disperse any of that to ownership. You just got $30,000 of profit from 2023 sitting in your account on January 1st. If that money rides through January, it's going to show up on your profit and loss statement as retained earnings. It is equity, but it's retained, right? It hasn't been dispersed, but it's equity in the company. That's kind of what that is. We are a weird entity because we're a political party. We don't have profit. We don't have retained earnings. So what I've been using that for and why we have a line that says pre-2024 AJEs, those AJEs would ostensibly reduce retained earnings or reduce equity. Those are adjusting journal entries to get the books balanced, to get them squared away. The reason I haven't cleaned that part of the income statement up yet is I need an accountant to advise me on that who understands how political parties work and knows exactly how that accounting needs to happen. It has zero effect on our income, our expenses, our financial health. It's just extra stuff on the balance sheet. And prior to me, even when Kate was having to do this, QuickBooks just couldn't be cleaned up enough to even present you with balance sheets and income statements out of QuickBooks. And it took a ton of work to get us to that point. That Kate she was busy cleaning up the big mess that she got handed and is not an accountant. Since I am, it's much easier for me to make AJs and get the books accurate. So this is a kind of a catch-all for that.
Right.
Why the equivocation on the assets and liabilities? Is that something that concerns you?
Wait, ask me again?
Why the equivocation on the assets and liabilities? Is there something that concerns you?
What do you mean equivocation?
Well, it says that they're accurate to the best of your knowledge. Is there anything that concerns you that?
No. To the best of my knowledge simply means that in accounting, you can find errors. I found a couple of minor errors that Jocelyn and I didn't catch in my last set of books. If those errors were significant enough to warrant bringing them to your attention, I'd let you know. I'd put them in the notes or somewhere, but I can't sit there and say definitively they're accurate because what if I made a mistake? They're accurate to the best of my knowledge.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's also liability.
Right.
Mr. Hugan.
I'm very, very interested.
Can we go back up? Can we go back up? Can we go back up?
Go back up. It's Kyle.
Who's got the computer?
Kyle.
Who's the question?
He wants to scroll back up and look at something. Good question.
I just want to validate primarily for the room that 9:30 is year to date. It's not incremental to 6:30, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's from January 1st through 9/30.
So the difference, of course, is we made $3,500 in general donation. We made $7 in membership donations.
Yeah. And the only reason I left June on there is a lot of times when I'm reviewing financials, I want to see, okay, where were we?
We
3 months ago, where were we? So I like to see that. So I left that in there for you guys.
So we discussed certain donations that are a little odd, specifically yours. Where are those here? Are those in general?
Well,
because they're all
so
saying
one of the
income, and I just don't see them.
Okay. So in the 930 books, especially if we're talking about Andrew's donations, so I think I put
Those
this,
are very strange.
I think I put that in financial notes. Did anyone see that in the financial
You
notes?
did, in mid-October,
Yeah.
you didn't pay it. Yeah, there was a
I
time.
make sure.
Unrestricted.
I didn't, I meant to. Yeah, on the profit loss. So unrestricted one-time donations is a category that's where the donations are,
That's fine. It's in unrestricted.
but people need to be aware of this. One of the reasons the money's come back up a little bit in November is because while we paid Hewitt 2 of his payments during the third quarter, we only received 1 of Andrew's donations during that third quarter. The next donation he made happened in October, so it's not showing up on those books. That's part of the reason the cash balance looks a little
And
lower.
there's some event income and all the rest of that. Right?
Yeah, so. Any,
That's
good?
it. I'm done.
Good?
Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Great, yeah. Okay, so having completed the officer reports, we'll take a short bio break. It's supposed to be 15 minutes. Hopefully that'll give us enough time. See you back here at 10:17.
Ready to break?
Yeah. So starting, please, with Ms. Anastasia Wilford is in the back. Okay, great. Thank you.
Current quorum is 20. We had people coming late.
Oh, okay, okay.
So quorum is 20
20
and
now.
2/3 is still 25.
Okay.
0.3.
My report's pretty short. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah. Oh, we have a question?
You plan to fundraising?
She's gonna ask you to move over because the camera can't see you right here.
Sorry,
If you plan on fundraising for the next legislative session?
yeah, so that is what Jeff is supposed to be doing in our December fundraiser.
Yes, yes.
So, yes, we do plan on raising funds for it. Anything else? Yes.
When does the legislation system begin?
So they can start submitting bills Monday, like 2 days from now. And I believe it's the 6th. I thought I put it in the report. Anyway, yeah, it's like January 6th. Wait, is that how? January 4th.
I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know. But
Yes.
Okay, so, obviously last session we had the legislative action days that were more frequent.
Yes.
Assuming that we're doing something like that again, is there a plan in place to perhaps brief people ahead of time so they'll know not just what to say, but how to talk to legislators? Because I think that that's one of the things that a lot of our volunteers would be.
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to do that for sure. Having trainings set up, virtual trainings, where people can come in, learn what the expectations are. I want specific, I feel like a lot of times when we were having our legislative action days, it was not well structured. And so that's definitely something that I want to see change. I want us to go in with a plan for these are the things that we're going to be talking about on this given day. And part of that is so that if somebody's not passionate about, I don't know, taxes, they're not there on the day that we're doing taxes, because then they're not going to be as passionate. They're not going to be as engaged whenever they're talking to legislators and their staff, if that's not something that they're actually interested in. So I want to, as well as we can, and of course things move really quickly during the session, have trainings leading up to it and throughout the session so that people maybe they miss the first one and catch up one or another later. And also publishing what could be focused on any given legislative action day, so that people can cater it to their own.
Just as a side, I guess it's not much of a question, but I would encourage, having participated, I've seen some of our members go up in front of committees and they aren't well versed, they aren't well prepared, and their presentation style leaves something to be desired, and I don't really get a professional.
So it is my intention that we are going to specifically designate certain people to speak on behalf of LPTexas, and I do want to make sure that we are vetting people for their speaking abilities. Anybody can go up and speak, but I do want to have a certain amount of control, not me. I don't necessarily want to have control, but I want the party to have control of who is speaking on our behalf and how to get into it. Yes.
Hey, Billy Pierce, SD7. First off, thanks for the report, but more importantly, thanks for the work that you've already been doing, and that you were doing before you were officially designated. Good job. Well done. I think your organizational skills and coordination abilities are going to be a great asset to the party and to the set. So thank you very much for the work. As someone who's showed up to legislative action days in Austin many times on non-legislative action days, and someone who actively lobbies the Railroad Commission, and someone who does a whole lot of speaking at local city council, commissioners court, boards. That's where my big passion is. I'd very much like to be able to chip in and help. And, I humbly request that you consider expanding the coordination effort and venue outside of Discord for some of us.
For me. Yeah.
And I'm sure not the only one who struggles to use Discord because of the new restrictions that are placed on it. If you consider expanding it outside of that, I will personally donate hundreds of dollars to the fund, and I will personally show up.
We're gonna figure something out, just because you've organized libertarians before, and it seems that there is a different means of communication that each person wants to use. So getting a group of people together in one place is
Like that everywhere. But if I don't ask,
I understand and I appreciate it, and I'm definitely willing to give more say to people who are going to be doing the work in how we communicate. So I appreciate you making that.
I will take the vacation time, save it, have a place to stay in Austin. I'll donate $5 to the fund.
I just,
We got Jack, Aaron, and then RJ.
That's a lot of
Grease and wheels.
So in establishing legislative priorities, you included education
Yes.
there, which I'm happy about since I ran for State Board of Education this year. But to be real honest with you, I'm not sure what our messaging from this body is to the legislature, and I'm especially interested in how we are approaching the issue of vouchers. Can you tell me how we're dealing with that?
Not yet. Oh my God, the more that I have delved into vouchers, the more complex it's become. That's one that I'm actually struggling with, and it's why that line item is not more specific.
Do you know where the legislature is now on that issue?
They are going to be pushing vouchers hard this time.
yeah.
I think harder than they did before.
They're gonna approve it.
Yeah. So I'm definitely going to be working with leadership on making sure that we have the right place, the right messaging for that. And so I will say, I do plan on moving those priorities. I want it to be adopted by SLEC here at this meeting, but then I do want to come back later, specifically on the issue of vouchers, and get SLEC's backup for how we're going to message that.
I would like to be involved in that conversation if you don't mind.
Yeah, we can do that.
Mr. Ramos.
Piggybacking on, what Billy said earlier, could we do like a target email list for volunteers so that way, whenever we're having specific action days, it gets sent out on just a specific email list rather than general public?
Yes. So I am going to be working in Nation Builder to tag different people for volunteering for this specific legislative session, and then that's going to let us build an email list that we can use through there, sending out blasts, getting feedback back. So yes, we can. It's going to be great, and we will send texts. If I have to do it myself, we will be sending texts.
Separate lists.
So two things now, as volunteer coordinator, if you are interested, reach out to me and I can help try to get you plugged in.
Yeah.
The legislative.
Oh, yeah.
Secondly, you listed off the priorities of what we're trying to look at. And in number 3, it's great, it's already on the screen. You said that these draft legislation. Can you go into a little detail about like which areas have we already had some work done?
Yeah. So obviously, full decriminalization of marijuana. There is one that we talked about. Oh, the one that would put filing fees back into come back to the party.
Yes.
Awesome. I've got it written. Kevin has somebody that has a staff member who is going to shop around getting it sponsored.
Yes.
Yeah. That would be amazing.
The connections we made last time.
Yeah.
Relationship building process, and that's what we're there to do. I didn't figure that out until late in the session, once Elizabeth got me calmed down, because there's a lot of bills to chase. But the thing is, the relationships we build in that building will prevent us from having to fight like hell to keep our status. Because those people will see us as equals. They are calling me now. I don't have to call them, they're calling me now.
Hell yeah.
Getting ready for the session.
Yeah. So I have a couple other ones ready. Unfortunately, unfortunately do not have the device with me today that has them on there, but I do want to share those with SLEC ASAP. Move to extend time for 5 minutes.
Second, any objection? No, 5 minutes.
All right. Erin, was that the last one?
That was the last.
Cool. Will you scroll up to the legislative priorities, please? All right. So I move that it be resolved that LPTexas adopts those 4 bullet points, right? Yes.
A second.
As our legislative priorities for 2026.
I would like to move to amend to make an addition. I would like to add to that, there should be a bill to end taxpayer-funded lobbying. I would like to have us behind that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a motion. Okay, is that an objection to her amendment? Did anybody second her motion to amend? Okay, thank you. Is that objection to her amendment?
No.
Okay. It's a what?
The initial
It's the initial motion. Okay, we'll get back to that.
Did we have?
Right. No, but I mean, we've done this in the past. I mean, in situations. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we can, okay, we phrase your amendment again.
Addition of support for a bill to end taxpayer-funded lobbying.
Okay, and is amenable to that? Okay. All right, Ms. Wilford's amenable to that. We have an objection. Does anybody want to speak against that, or do you want to say anything about that?
Against the initial motion.
There's no objection to her amendment. Is there a second?
Point of order.
We had a second. Okay, I thought. Okay, that's right. The objection was the initial. So we're taking the amendment in, and so now on the as amended motion, you want to speak to your motion?
Hold on. Was there objection to the amendment?
No.
There's objection to the amendment. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Objection to the amendment.
Okay.
So a vote.
I'm not against the idea, we're talking about the priorities. I mean, we can all add I don't think it rises to the level of needing to be one of our principles. I'm not against any taxpayer lobby.
And to be fair, it is my intent that we're going to do more than this, but these are the things that we're going to focus on. So if we're doing other stuff, it's because we've already got a handle on this. But we are going to be doing other stuff too.
Request for information.
Yes, sir.
Then, I know it's gonna sound rude, what is the point of the motion? Like, I don't get why we're
To
doing
guide
it.
to guide the people that we have at the
So
legislature.
to kind of give some tentative guidelines.
Yeah, basically this is going to help me and our other volunteers decide like, okay, which bills are we going to be tackling next? Which committee hearings are the most important? And this is SLEC telling us, this is what we want you to focus on.
Priorities for our game plan.
Yes.
Yes. Are you speaking for or against?
This will be a yes.
Okay.
Yeah, while I share Ms. Wilford's vigor, and I largely align with these as wonderful priorities, I think that this warrants further discussion.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Is this a discussion on the amendment or is this a discussion on the?
On the amended motion.
The motion hasn't been amended yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to keep up.
You're speaking to the main motion.
Right. I'd like to move to lay this on the table so that this body can have further discussions before we come to a decision about legislative priorities. It doesn't feel like this body's prepared to make this decision in this motion. Right.
But a motion cannot be withdrawn once it's been seconded.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
So we need to dispense with the amendment, and then we need to dispense with the motion.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Well, we can lay it on the table.
1 minute warning.
Yes, that is a form of dispensing with it.
Yeah, that is a resolution.
So we're moving to lay it on the table.
So we have a motion to lay it on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there an objection to laying it on the table?
Yes.
Of course. Can we vote on that motion?
Yeah.
And then start working our way back? All in favor of laying the motion on the table, postponing consideration of this motion? In favor, simple majority. Okay, anybody opposed to laying on the table? You want to go ahead and get this done? Okay, that motion fails. So now we will move to the, yeah. So the amendment, which would add Ms. Coward's point about taxpayer funded lobbying. Is there, we had an objection. Is there any further debate on that issue, or can we just go ahead and vote it? Okay. In favor of adding the 5th point to the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay. Anybody opposed to adding that 5th point? That carries. The motion is amended. Now we're getting back to the amended motion to add these 5 legislative priorities. All in favor?
Wait, we're doing amended now.
What?
Time is expired.
And declare.
No, we can still finish the motion. There's just no more opportunity for amendment or debate.
Unless we do a motion to extend.
Unless we do a motion to extend.
Okay, do we need to extend time, or since we're in?
I'm not making a motion to extend time.
Somebody gonna make a motion to extend time?
For how long?
5. Surely we can do this in 5. Any objection to 5? Okay, extended for 5 minutes.
Hold on.
Now what?
Now there's opportunity for more debate or amendments.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Westbrook, about your objection.
Yes, okay. So this afternoon, I'm gonna have a discussion about, our objectives and where we're trying to go. And I do not oppose, what has been suggested here. I oppose the
With
format.
official privilege, can we stop side chatter?
Specificness of it, and how that's done. And I would hope that we could wait until later to adopt that so that it's amended, so that it is in a format that is in good management principle. The wording is great, but it needs more specifics, and I'll talk more about that this afternoon.
Okay.
Okay, do I speak for? Yes, ma'am.
At the last meeting, we were not allowed to do a motion without a vote that was not on the agenda, so this was not a motion that was on the agenda, so are we
Incidental
applying the
motions,
same rules? or
incidental
no?
motions are completely valid at any time. The question is whether or not it's germane to the topic.
Okay.
And legislative priorities are germane to the legislative
Okay,
program.
okay, that's my question.
Okay.
Good question.
Well, and
Yeah, okay. So we've heard Mr. Westbrook's objection. Does anybody want to speak for this motion as amended?
I just moved to call the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Got a second. Does anybody object to calling the question?
I object.
Okay, so we're going to vote on calling the question. Takes 2/3 to just end it. All in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. All opposed to calling the question, that motion carries. We're going to vote now on the amended motion. 5 points as specified here with Ms. Coward's addition. All in favor of adopting this as our legislative agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed. That motion carries. That is our legislative agenda.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
Are you gonna do anything before we're gonna pass out?
Oh, yeah.
Just start over. I mean, if that, yeah. Thanks. Especially with those extensions, like, otherwise we could call it seating time or something, but if she didn't specify and that's not it, then just start at 10 minutes.
All right, we're on campaign support.
Okay. Next on the agenda is
Campaign support. Jody? So. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, guys, order, please.
All right, so I'm going to take this one today because Mr. Polsky is busy moving this weekend and was not able to join us. So I'm gonna do the same play as I did with my report and add
Right?
If anyone has read this report, and do they have any questions about Mr. Polsky's campaign support? Ms. Martin?
So I posted this on the forum, but I haven't looked at it yet. So he talks about the candidate interviews and interest forms for 2026. My question was, I've never seen these before, so does this department send those forms out? Are they gonna do it more than just now? And, I just don't know anything about these forms and who is deciding who they go to and when do they go out?
So I think what Mr. Brown's part of the campaign support department, so I think he wants to speak to that.
Well, basically, there are two places where there are candidate interest forms. There's national and LPTexas. And so people just like randomly from the public can look those up and like fill them out and send them in. So I received those. I think Billy receives them, but I'm not sure if anybody else does.
I do.
I get
Because I saved them and upload them to Ignite.
Oh, great. Excellent. So then the question is, a lot of them, as mentioned, that they came in too late to do anything for the 2024 election. Some people didn't realize, like, when they applied, that there was already candidates, they'd already been nominated and things like that. People don't know a lot about the process. But we have those on file for 2026, but yet more people are going to apply for 2026. So, but then they don't even need to fill those out because sometimes we solicit people to run in certain districts or like statewide offices or things like that. So,
To answer your question, if you go to the LPTexas website, just lptexas.org, if you look under more, there's an option that says run for office, and then there's some candidate forms on there. So that, I think, is what you're asking.
So as a CEC and something where I could, if I have someone in my district who's interested, I could forward them to that.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's where you send them, yeah.
Good question. Other questions, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, just out of curiosity, have we had anyone approach us either from the Woodlands party or outside the party already for governor or lieutenant governor? So I would,
Not that I'm aware of.
So,
Not that I'm aware
is there any active outreach for those in particular so that we can have that in place a little bit further?
I think that
advanced?
now that the election is over, I think that's going to be starting in earnest very soon. So I think the short answer is no, but it will be starting very soon. Regarding that question,
there are private conversations going around outside and inside the party that I've been privy to, so I think we're gonna have some good candidates that will be popping up soon with probably some good backing.
okay,
Very cool.
Yeah.
very intriguing. Ms. Barney?
So second question. So I think the budget talks about the candidate training that is projected. Has that company been chosen or has that actually been set up or is that?
No, not yet. So I've asked Mr. Polsky to provide a list of the places that he's contacted with the quotes that he has received. I've not yet seen that. I know he says that he has reached out to dozens of places. So as soon as that is delivered to Andrew and I, we can work with Mr. Polsky to down select that vendor and try to get that on the books.
And when is the generalized idea of when that training will start?
It's definitely going to be next year in 2025. And the idea is going to be like kind of doing it regionally. So there would be one in the Houston area. There would be one in the Dallas area. There'd be one in the, Austin, San Antonio area. And it would be paid for by the party so that the only thing that people who are interested in attending, either as a candidate or somebody who is interested in, potentially being a campaign manager or campaign treasurer or something, they would just need to pay their travel and lodging. But the actual training itself would be paid for out of the campaign support fund. Yes. Yes, sir, Mr. Miller.
This might be more of a question for Andrew, but what's the status of the legal situation as far as the lawsuits that we have about climate fees and all that, as far as this relates to our preparation for candidates and what we're telling them when we're recruiting?
Yeah, that's a legal discussion.
It would be better to have that discussion privately or in the executive session. So let's do that on the forum perhaps. All right. I can talk with you when we break, but yeah.
Any other questions on the report? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next report is from Mr. Bradley on behalf of the Affiliate Support Department.
Does it have a public performance?
I do. It's an image. It's an image, not a. We'll report. I didn't have a whole bunch.
Okay, right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, nice. I don't have a lot. For it, there are a couple of projects that we're working on right now. We did have one county we lost. That was Walker County. He voiced some concerns to his. I believe I passed them on to you. So there wasn't a whole lot. A lot of bureaucracy was what he was tired of, which we're a political party, so I understand. I've complained about it more than once myself, but what can you do? We did have 3 counties with a 4th one coming on. We had Austin County. I do not believe she is here. She said she was going to try to show up today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, she's not here yet.
She's not here yet. Candace, fantastic. I've had multiple conversations with her. She has been a county for a month, and she held a watch party for the candidates on Tuesday. So she really jumped into it. We have Zant.
Can I have 10 seconds?
Yep, go ahead.
Big shout out to Jeff Miller for wearing a libertarian shirt to an event in Washington County that she spotted and came over and asked a question. We have to show up in our communities. Back to you.
Leon County was also affiliated. That is Zant Tatum. He's come in with a lot of support already. He has family members there who are libertarian, friends who are libertarian. So he's built the party already. And then our last one was Kerr County with Gavin Hofferberg. A lot of y'all met him last SLEC meeting. He was here. Really sad to say that he messaged me a couple of weeks ago saying that he has had some family issues come up and he will be moving to the Northeast. So right now his big thing is trying to find somebody in the county to take over for him before he goes. So that will be a county that hopefully he finds, but if not, we are going to lose another county.
Northeast Texas or Northeast National?
National.
Damn it.
Nationally. Rhode Island, Delaware, Massachusetts.
Jacob, that development candidate, this is the county, so maybe we can talk about it.
Perfect. Okay. The other thing that we had, I had a couple of county chairs reach out to me about wanting for the affiliate incentive program that we're doing to try to figure out a way to get the world's smallest political quiz mixed in there because it was originally a part of the booth in a box. So I added a new step on. The other ones had to be done in order. This one, because of the irregularity and how hard it is to get this, it's not going to be an additional step to be made in order, but just one that can be done at any time. It will come with I have decided if we're going to do frame like we're with the original box and booth in the boxes, or if it's going to be like made out of the stuff that your yard signs are made for, if I can't get yard signs, along with 250 of the paper ones. It's going to run about $40 to do that next step, and it is going to go out to any county that ran a candidate. So the way that I'm going to break that down, because I know I'll use Kevin Hale as an example. Kevin, where he ran for, did not cover Dallas County specifically. It covered Dallas County and surrounding counties. Correct. Okay. So while Benton and Collin also had a candidate, Dallas County is who had the candidate, who recruited the candidate. So Dallas County will be the county that gets that part of that program. So I will be getting with you soon about getting that to you. Also, thank you for running again and again. And again. Hold on just a second. I'm almost done and I'll get to you. The last thing that we are planning on doing, I got with Nathan Polsky. During the election cycle, he was spinning up websites for all the candidates running. We were hosting them on LPTexas's server space. I talked to him. We do have the server space. So one of the things now that the election cycle is over is we're going to start spinning up websites for the counties who don't have websites themselves. We're going to have templates for them, so it'll just be easily filled in and push it out. We have the space, so it's not going to cost us any additional money. The only thing it is going to cost is the cost of the domain name, and that is going to be the only prerequisite we have for spinning out those websites for the counties, is they will need to get the domain name. It will run anywhere between $12 and $25, depending on what you're doing with it, if you want it to be anonymous or not anonymous. So if the counties are willing to put in the $12 to $25 a year to get that, we're going to spin out a website for them so that they will have some local. That is all I have. Does anybody? Yes, Billy.
Just a quick question about the county that we lost. Were there other members of the CEC?
There were other members of the CEC, both himself and I reached out to them. We couldn't get a hold of anybody. So it's just something he had a couple of people show up to the last county. He tried to reach back out to them, and well, he got a hold of a couple. I didn't. The couple that he got a hold of said, well, I'm not interested. I don't have the time or the effort needed, or the effort to want to do that. Dave, did you have something?
What format are you using to host? Is it going to be WordPress, Nation Builder?
It's going to be Nation Builder. That's how we did the candidate ones, right? Is we split them out from Nation Builder.
Candidate was WordPress.
Okay, so whatever we were using for the candidate ones, it's going to be the same thing. So
we're going to be training on how to update stuff like that.
We will have a training as we start rolling them out to somebody. I haven't decided if it's going to be a one-on-one as we roll it out, or if we'll get like 4 or 5 of them at a time and then. Or put together a training for it, and then as you get your website, send the training out to you so you have the video of the training on how to update it.
WordPress is not fun.
It's more fun than Nation Builder.
I can comment on that.
All right, first of all, Jacob, I want to commend you on your hard work and your diligence running our department. You've done a fantastic job of training, following up.
Isn't he your boss?
Holding my
I made him say this. Quiet.
And I'll take my check afterwards. But I guess this is a question, a general question regarding the next state, the state convention. In previous conventions, the affiliate department was in charge of the training and things for and getting everybody, all the county chairs on board with complying with the Texas election code and both notice and holding the conventions. We had a lot of attrition a lot of disaffiliation last time. I guess since we're talking about populating the committees this afternoon, has it been determined whether it's going to be the credentials committee, or it was the credentials committee who did it last time, correct? Okay. Has it been determined it's been determined whether it's still going to be the credentials committee doing it in 2026, or whether it's going to revert to affiliate team, because that kind of, personally, that affects whether I want to live my own committee interests.
So I will say that'll be a discussion between me and the chair of that committee once that committee is appointed. But I don't feel that it should be a one department or the other. I don't think that only credentials should take over that, especially with the affiliate department having as much of a personal contact with a lot of these chairs, where we're making the chairs calls every month to talk to them. We've developed that relationship with them, and I don't think that the affiliate team should do it by itself, and I also don't think that the credentials committee should do it by itself. It should be both of them working together on that. Do you have something?
Now,
yes.
Just one more comment on the website. I already have a website through WordPress, hosted by Dreamhost. What if I want to switch it to allow it to be hosted by LPTexas and use your default format?
I don't see why that would be a problem. That's not my, the reason I said Nathan's going to help me out with that is because I don't know it. It's not my thing, but I know in the past with my website in my county, I did move it from one server to another server, and it was fairly easy to just redirect everything.
I don't want it to belong to me. I would rather it belong to LP. Me as Dave Marino, I want it to belong to LPTexas.
No, I completely understand. I don't think that will be a problem. I know it can be done, so.
Just a warning that this could create a bit of a slippery slope for counties who budget for websites and everything else, and all of a sudden you're offering it for $25. Before we roll that out as a blanket offer, we should talk about how much room you've got so that all 254 counties don't show up.
So we currently have 66 counties, I believe. 66. Right. Sorry, trying off the top of my head. But when I talked to Nathan, he said we had enough for everybody that was currently on without an issue. So as of right now, there won't be anything. Did I end early? Woo!
Time's about to expire. Do we have a motion to extend, or do you want to let it go?
Motion to extend for 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Is there a second?
Never mind. I withdraw my motion.
10 seconds.
He saw my excitement and withdrew his question.
Getting the
Time has expired. We'll move on.
thing, definitely. Yeah.
Communications, Ms. Mengibbs.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to follow suit. My report has been posted. There's been one question that I could not answer, and I asked that person if he got it answered.
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm patient.
Does anybody have any questions about my report? I have a question about the Rye Libertarian, if we ever got any data on that. The campaign does not end until the 11th, to where we can fully see the picture of it. Okay. So we have like a little, what is that thing called?
Dashboard.
Dashboard, yeah. And so we're following it.
Yeah. We also have an
Heading where we want to go.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege, could the speakers please speak up a little bit, please?
Yeah.
I'm
Everybody,
sorry.
Please.
I'm normally really loud, sorry.
You may need to, block Joe. So
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
continue louder.
Have you gotten a chance to repost the Dallas Morning News article that was done on Wednesday morning?
I know it got posted,
Okay.
but in our comms chat, I tried to let our social media manager handle that. Do we know if it got posted? Michael or Jeff?
Could also put a blog post.
I mean, I'll throw it back. I'll throw it out there today.
Have we reached out to that reporter to establish a relationship?
I got contact
Yes.
info, and she's great.
Yeah, I have not. It has been a crazy week.
Yes, yes, connected.
Billy, did you still have your question?
That's Dan Williams, by the way.
It's not a time sensitive.
I wasn't there and I got $100 bill, says some of those are Jenny's. The top, the
fee,
the one, because she mentioned that article about I bet that's Jenny, and then,
No, I think that's Judith.
oh shit, I lost money.
I should have seen that better. Right?
She's always got that cool old school stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Does anybody else have any questions about my report?
Yours is social media, right, also?
It is.
Well, the question is, what about, was there like an uptick of people going on our social media accounts, like on X and on Facebook and all the accounts? Is there any metrics on any of that during the campaign?
Not really. Like, but it is because we try to stay state focused, candidate focused, and you get more hits when you kind of flame, and I don't want our party to do that. So, Jeff?
Yeah, I say I can answer that question in just a second.
Okay.
Because I have one bit of statistics I can say. We definitely got more comments on posts this election cycle than we previously did. Now, the majority of those were negative, but that's still engagement, which overall helps the algorithm and people are engaging with us. It leads more people to us. And I can't take credit for the graphic, but whoever made that thing with the I would vote Libertarian, but the election of blank. Yours crossed out. We're up to almost 100,000 views on that.
Wow.
And that's a little more than typical for us.
Yeah.
So that's a strategy. We got a lot of reposts in places that got attention. So that, something like that. A lot of times it is the most generic messages we put out that get the most engagement. And so even though the overwhelming majority of the comments on that are the typical, this election is too important, the graphic is right, we still have more likes and comments, so we still win the ratio on that. And we got a lot of people positively engaged with that. That's the one thing I could point to there. I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but there was definitely an uptick, and I think it helped to do the time blitz of candidate posts that we did.
we're also working with other state affiliates to like sharing ideas, and like they'll make a post and we will make sure we share it. And there's several states that are working together. And I know on the Region 3 chat, we're supposed to be using that, and hopefully we will use it a little more effectively.
I would just like to compliment you and Nathan on the videos that you did and the interviews. I think that was a valuable tool to those of us who were candidates. And I especially appreciated the fact that you took that short blip towards the end that was I was able to use as a reel on social media. And I think it was a definite advantage to my campaign. In spite of the standard 3% that I got votes, but I think it was a very positive thing. Thank you.
Cool. Hopefully next time, if there aren't any more, I will cede my time. You have?
Can you ask people to come to me to get pictures?
Oh, yes. Hey, we need headshots. Sean has a camera. You are here. Go to him and get a picture taken. Please and thank you.
No, no.
I'll cede my time.
At least take your Facebook last office photo.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Moving to IT and Mr. Hugan. Okay.
I don't know if we are morning or afternoon at this point.
Can you still morning?
Yeah.
Right there.
Right in front of me. All right, so I posted this at a very reasonable time yesterday evening. I had plenty of time to review this. I'm just going to do a high-level overview now for questions. I'm sure none of you have had the chance to read this. The things that I want to really highlight are the bulk of this quarter has been spent on supporting our campaign outreach and the election season. So the big projects that we had going kind of got pushed to the sideline while we were supporting everything going out. So last quarter, we did a upgrade on our DigitalOcean infrastructure to handle the workload for the parties. Mainly the forums are the number one thing that we needed to support. I'm sure you remember a few months ago, we had some slowdowns and people were complaining about the forums not being responsive. So we upgraded so that we could handle that and the campaign websites that we were hosting at the time. So good to report that our capacity has been very good this last quarter. We've been able to handle everything that's come towards us. To the email, the dedicated emails that we've set up for the treasurer and for the secretary. When we had the transition during the convention, we were using email forwarders, so that we had a secretary address that would just forward to one of our staff websites. So as staff come and go, we were removing those old accounts and then migrating their data over to the new users that came in. And what wound up happening, and this is on me, because I did not realize at the time that Google G Suite has a data migration tool. When you end one account, you can move the data from one account to the other. And I didn't find out soon enough that did not include the email data. So we decided that we were going to make the secretary, the treasurer, and then we will follow up with the chair and the vice chair email accounts and make those permanent accounts so that the emails that come into those accounts will retain from position to position to position. So can you scroll down, please? Keep going. So our infrastructure is good. The email addresses. Yes, we did have Mr. Westbrook's email, or I'm sorry, his website. The WordPress website got hacked, and the data was nothing got lost, and no nefarious information got posted to the website, thankfully. But it did go blank for a couple days, and we got that corrected. the result of that was just an insecure password. So I think what we're going to be doing, especially as we're going to be hosting more websites coming forward, we have this tool that I introduced called Vault Warden, which generates these huge, long, complex passwords that are impossible to crack. We just need to get people using the tool, so they don't have to remember the long, complicated things. You know, my Daisy22 is a really good password to remember, but it's also a really good password to guess. So we'll do the very complicated ones, and nobody has to remember them. They just click the button; it fills in the form automatically. It's very secure. So we'll start pushing that more, not just for the staff, but also for county websites that we're going to be hosting or candidate websites that we're going to be hosting. Coming up, the other thing that I want to highlight really is I'm really looking forward to building technology that integrates all of these third-party platforms that we're using. I get a call all the time, like maybe every 2 weeks I get a call like, hey, can you give me the Zoom code? I'm trying to sign into Zoom and there's a challenge code. I would like to have an ability for a bot to integrate that with Discord. We use Discord a lot, so I want the staff to be able to just go to Discord and get those kinds of challenge codes right to fingertips. So when they know that they got it, they can say, oh, I can just go look that up on the forum. So I think having Discord bots is going to be a really good way to tie in.
Sorry, he's growling over there. Billy loves
All right,
Discord.
I know everyone loves Discord, right? It's a good central place. It's a tool that we use. Yeah. And
Somebody hates everything.
Yeah. I'm sure there's
on a rotary dial.
there is a rotary dial cell phone, and I really want it.
I'm not a Luddite.
I am a Luddite. So no, but I'm really looking forward to doing more of the Discord bot tools. We're having in the future with the legislative action, the AI tools that we're working on, getting that stuff to get data and integrated into Discord, I think is a really good thing moving forward. And I want to make a lot of our tools accessible through Discord. So. Keep going down. Yeah, I'm just gonna skim over this. I know y'all love and have really deep IT and computer related questions. So, yeah, and I don't. So I think now that I know that we're going to be posting all of the county websites, which I just found out in this meeting. So yeah, we do have room and capacity for more additional websites. Just I don't know about 66 of them. So I was not going to request any budget additionally from you. I think we are good with where we're at. I think with discretionary, we can expand our DigitalOcean if there is a capacity need. I think that there's some efficiencies that we can eke out of what we're currently doing to economize as much as possible with DigitalOcean. But I will be following up with more information on that once we get to that. But currently, we have the capacity to start hosting more websites. And that is it for me. Any questions?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not kidding about the growling, and this is not a joke. Discord, to my knowledge, is not an official sanctioned tool for this party. It's a tool that we can use. There are many flaws with it. There are many vulnerabilities to it. There are many better tools, like Signal, just as an alternative, much more encrypted, much more secure, much more widely accepted on corporate networks, devices. But email is something that's extremely available. I see these strategic initiatives in your report here. It says strategic initiatives such as G Suite/Discord integration for improved MFA workflows. Underscore the department's forward-thinking approach. That sounds like it was written by AI.
It was.
Yeah. Feel free to use your own words.
Why waste time?
This strategic initiative to fold Discord in as an integral part of our protecting the security of information. Who made that strategic decision?
So protecting the security of our information.
By doing so with Discord, doing that strategic, it's a strategic initiative, it says. Where did that strategy come from?
So to get to the security information, the Zoom code for people to be able to log into Zoom comes through email, and it comes to it comes to assistant. It's shared around. People have to request it from us to get access. To get that, I decided to build tools that we can have that kind of information shared in lockdown staff only areas in Discord.
In using that particular program.
For Zoom, yes.
Yeah,
we don't have other tools at the time to have that information made available to
1 minute
to other everyone. It's a platform that has extensibility, and it's one that we can extend upon. So
yeah, I don't like using Discord for this kind of function. I think there are better tools out there, and I think that decision should be made, by officers and staff after some careful consideration. But yeah, I oppose using Discord for that kind of security.
I note none of your objection. Thank you.
How much time do we have left?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. All right, we've got 4 in queue and 30 seconds left.
Move to extend time 5 minutes.
Second.
And an objection. Who wants to go for 5 more so we can hear the questions?
Nobody likes that too.
Okay, who wants to move on and not, oh man, don't do this to me. That was really close. If we could do that again, I'll see if I can do it without counting. Otherwise, I'm going to have to count. Motion to extend. Who wants to extend? Let's see them. Okay. Okay. Not extend. Move on. That carries. That passes.
Let's get done.
Sorry. What?
That's your
No, it was not. Motion fails. So we're done.
I get to come up to me afterwards, and I want to take questions again.
2/3 for time. Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I kind of already did the development thing. So time belongs to the body. If you have questions about development, ask, or we can move on. So, question?
So I've been sitting back as a select member for the last 4 years. I've been pretty quiet, figuring out what's going on. I'm a firm believer in it takes all kinds, even when I'm in group people. Am I missing something? They might have information that I don't have. So I generally keep my opinions to myself, especially in situations where we're actively trying to influence the body.
Development?
Yes, it is. I'm getting there. I've stayed out of the drama and the party fractions, but none of us have been safe from the crossfire, and it's slowly killing us. The last meeting, you made it clear, just like that, if we had any issues, that we were going to directly you, and not harass staff members. That restored a little bit of hope that we could find peace. It was until the worst offender started again directly after the meeting, shitposting on the forum. Unfortunately, he is now his arrestor. I don't agree with giving him that position, but I was hopeful that he would rise to the occasion.
Excuse me, this is a development-related question?
It is, yes. On how to keep our staff, how to keep our volunteers. I've tried to say it earlier, but we didn't have any time, and you said that we'd get 10 more minutes. So my question is, what's being done? What's being done to protect our staff? We're losing people, we're bleeding out. We've got directors that are publicly harassing other departments, calling out lives.
The problem we have here is a couple of things. Number one, this is not really a development question. Number two, it gets into staff and HR issues that are going to require a more complete conversation, probably an executive, than we can do here today. So I do not think it's appropriate for us to continue this line of discussion in this forum at this time. So,
order.
Yeah.
Do you think it's like a donation?
Excuse me?
Request for information on that.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're right. I'm sorry.
Somebody want to move on, or do we? Yes, Mr. Lester?
I would like to move that, we go into executive session and
I don't think
discuss
your
it.
question. She didn't hear your question.
Okay, no second, that's all.
I make the motion to suspend the agenda
That's,
for consideration.
Second.
there's a motion on the table right now. He's just made a motion.
Will you restate your motion, please?
Go into executive session to deal with this.
Thank you, that's what.
This has been the agenda for that.
It's gonna require 2/3. I got a second. Does anybody object to going into executive session? That's an objection? Couple of objections. Okay, fine. So we'll see if there's 2/3 that does support this. All in favor of going into executive session to discuss this situation? Let's see your hands. All opposed? I believe that carries.
Now,
So, what?
I do have a request for permission here on Robert's rules. Do we not have to suspend the rules to be able to go into executive session?
That was part of it, yes. That's
part of it. That's why I required 2/3. Because executive session itself
anything that
requires
time
majority.
requires 2/3,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
So that's.
Sorry, guys.
Timer, stop.
Yeah, we're done with that, so we're going.
It's a whole new thing. Yeah.
Man, I guess I'm glad we got a lot of talks.
We will now return to order and pick up where we left off, which was coming into the events department report.
I'll start with, I have not completed my quarterly report yet. As now everybody most is aware that I am resigning. So I'm ready to do a final report once I finish the events report from the election launch party. To kind of go into that, this round, we also had the balloon festival that happened. We did not do a full report on that afterwards. I will say there was some good volunteering going. There was good outreach there. There was some stuff. I will say moving forward with whoever ends up taking over doing outreach should definitely do lower budget one. Because there's a lot more opportunity for us to spread to going to more events at a lower cost than what we paid for that, which is like $4,500 versus a lot more that are closer to a few hundred to like $1,500. As for the election launch party, I can give like a really high level on that. We did pretty well with sponsorships, enough so that we ended up opening free tickets to the locals for the election launch party. We right now are close to making somewhere between like $4,500 and $6,000 off the event itself.
Profit. Yeah.
Profit. Yeah, gross I think is around $14,000. So yeah, the event actually did really well. It's actually probably the best attended event that we've hosted so far. We had about 100 or so people there. We sold out VIP. We had a couple of people come through. We had like Lars Mapstead there too, which was really nice. And we also got good media coverage from the Dallas News. We had a really cool article. One of our sponsors, Tyrants, did a really good job in that article as well. So all around, it was a really good event. I had nothing but compliments from everybody who was there. We also got a little spotlight in that article too of our local Texas candidates. So that was pretty cool. Outside of that, that's all I've got for y'all today. So questions?
Yeah, quick question. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your efforts. It's been a joy to watch you grow and develop as a human, as a professional. Thanks a lot. For your final report that you mentioned, when will you have it available? And if we have questions about that final report,
I will be around to answer.
Who should we direct?
Yeah, I will be around to answer your questions on it. That's one of the things is I definitely don't want to leave ends on things, so I want to finish everything out. At latest end of year probably on it, just because I have to wait. We haven't made the final bill, paid the final bill for the hotel yet. So that'll be getting that handled this week. And once like that report's done, and that should be about the only thing that's outstanding with a couple of reimbursements, then I hope maybe that honestly by the end of the month would be my hope to have that finished. But I'm going to give myself grace period, holidays and everything, end of year.
So and I respect that, and I hope that you enjoy your time to decompress. And look forward to you coming back in whatever capacity you choose to do so, especially in Harris County.
Yeah.
And you're remaining on SLEC, right?
Yes, I am remaining on body.
So,
Thanks for clarifying that.
Haven't seen the last.
Yeah. And so my question is, with your resignation, are there things that either procedurally, organizationally, or practically that you as events director have the authority and capacity to do, or you have a handle on it that need to be passed, whether it's up to the chair or ops or somebody else? Are there things that somebody needs to be available to do and have the authority to do that you can't do after you resign? Just make sure you got success.
I don't think there is. Like, I definitely, whoever gets appointed, if they want like any kind of institutional knowledge or anything like that, I'm happy to provide for. But because of the way that at the timing of deciding to resign after my last event, that there's not anything that's hung up that needs to be done. And that's the reason the resignation is not immediate, is because of like having my access to a nation builder, making sure that I finish all the things that I need to in the capacity of my final reports. I will say that that does lead to convention, that there is no event staff now. So convention committee is going to be your only choice. And I think that there are a couple of options with the way that y'all move forward with that. I know there's a motion plan later, but I think that committee doesn't really have any teeth. And so maybe it should be looked at the last convention committee motion of how that was done. Because that one will actually have the ability to do the work.
I was there.
Yeah. So, yeah, you were there. You were there. So, I mean, I
I just want to make
have
sure that
hopes
there's
for it.
something that you got your hand,
Yeah.
in your hand.
As for convention, the thing that I will need to hand off, but it is is going to be some of the proposals and stuff that we got back, because for convention, you are ahead of where you've ever been before, because the RFP has already been done. There's already some proposals back, and then some requests for information from like CBDs and stuff that are happening. But I know I tagged Anastasia in with some of that on the convention, so I went ahead and already have it with the distribution email on there. So that's gonna be easy for people
So
to
there's
kind
nothing
of.
like locked in your inbox? Is there anything in your inbox that you need to get out of your inbox?
No, and I can kind of go through a little of that. I will say that I would love whoever it takes or to get not to turn off that email so that you can keep all my Gmail, because like I have classified historical contracts, negotiations, all kinds of stuff in there, so that the future person will be able to kind of look at that and be able to use that historical.
I'm trying to get that stuff out of Gmail and into some
Well, that's what I was gonna say, is like, let's maybe wait before we turn off the G Suite access, if that's okay, Austin, just to give her time to get things that are tied to her account.
Yeah.
Either into a shared drive or over to me or.
Yeah, I just don't want
something
things
like
to die in an inbox.
Correct.
It has happened.
Yeah, it has. Recently with secretary.
And treasurer.
Is it possible to, just rename an email and keep the inbox?
Or if I write.
I don't know.
I'm thinking of like all of your spreadsheets and stuff.
Yeah, I have a spreadsheet queen.
All of that stuff is lost. Yeah, because you're all.
No, it's not necessarily, like when Kate at LPTexas.org transferred to me, I caught ownership of all the stuff that, the spreadsheets that you
I
got.
just ask that y'all, do your very best.
Yeah, to make sure that we
and to
maintain
manage
all
that
that
change.
information.
But I will
Yeah.
on email.
Some of the contracts and stuff are already on Ignite, but like, there's a lot, I mean, I've got folders and folders and spreadsheets and
It's
documents.
the common organizational problem.
Yeah.
Get things out of inboxes and into
Yeah.
some other place.
Yeah.
And I've suggested that we do a data dump on those Gmails, like how you pull all your emails out
Yeah.
and save that. So if
You have
anybody
contacts
in
and
future,
I don't know how to do that in Outlook. I don't know how to do that.
Any other questions?
it's fairly easy.
Okay.
So I don't know if we have the data storage for it.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
Second motion, Jody.
Yeah, second lunch. Next item on the agenda would be the LNC report featuring our own Paul Dar.
So how smelly is the dumpster fire right now? The dumpster spot.
It looks pretty.
It's pretty interesting there. Let's put it that way. Some of the others in the room also deal with things over there and are doing their best with work under the conditions and to make things better in the LP. So thanks for the work that they're doing there. I do have put at the top there, made this like my own unscientific survey here, just finding out what people are still donating to the LP or not donating to the LP, why. Because I don't feel we're really getting a really good response on that. I've been calling down a donor list myself, people from National, and trying to talk to them. And I've been getting surprising results from different people, from both, when we talked about factions earlier there, I've been getting interesting responses from both sides of factions there that I was not expecting there on reasons there. So this is just preliminary. So if you haven't had a chance to fill it out, I'd love to hear if you're donating, why. It also asks about the state level.
Where's it set?
Huh?
Where'd you set that?
Discord. You're talking
Really, 21st century, man.
I have 30 Discord servers or something like that. I don't know. So, yeah. It can be useful for different things. Give them an hanger. Most of them pretty much treat it as a free Slack. Is how I would put it. Let me see. And so getting some interesting results. That's more along what I would expect in most organizations when I look at the state and local party results there. You get a mixed level of results. And then just seeing that part is just correlating when I look at how people respond. Who was voting for the presidential candidate, who wasn't, and if the responses were unexpected or are expected. This will be, and I also optionally put on contact information at the end of it. I'm not going to be sharing that with anyone else, but if things change and you're not donating now, expect a call from me in the future for whatever reason you weren't donating for. I will be trying to get people to donate. Once again, I'm still trying to get people to donate. If you want to donate under my name to the LP as even just your regular membership, if you haven't renewed, just to get us, Texas members as part of the LP, you can go to lp.org donor and donate under my name there. I'm reaching out, trying to get people there. Yes.
Just a quick question. So who actually participated in this? Was it just a contact list that you reached out to, or were they past donors? Or
right now it's just random members that are filling it out there.
Okay.
It is restricted one person per response.
Okay.
So yes, as I said, it is an unscientific response, but it does give me some useful information to reach out to individuals on. Yes.
Do you have any idea as to the bias that may be sitting in this data set regarding who the respondents were?
Right now it's heavily weighted towards region 3, so it'd be individuals within region 3 would be towards the bias right now. Please share it if you feel you're outside of my bias area, to share it with others. I'm happy to hear from others on that. Let me see. Can get past that. Let me see. I also put on there, grabbed from the Libertarian Booster Packs page. I think they have the most up-to-date things. Some people have mixed feelings on them right now, I understand, but they have good information right over there. So if you want to see how different states in our region did as far as election results and try to extrapolate some information from that, what I gather is sometimes it's not the results you would expect from the amount of work that's put in by some individuals. It's interesting how outside factors often impact those elections and how we should look at that and the impact in the future. I'm sure more analysis can be made. The ones that don't have percentages, they didn't have an opponent is what I found out was there. So those ones were automatically elected to the position.
Cool.
And several of them were already elected to the position, so people were happy with them and just didn't run unopposed there.
Yeah, that's right. Up 0.5%. Woo! I'll take it.
That's one of those ones where I say, unexpected results. People that put in a lot of work. Sometimes it's hard to quantify outreach and education with some of these races, the impact that causes.
ROI.
So.
That's the highest percent rate.
You gotta jump on that Frank Lozano.
Scroll down. I always throw in how I vote on things for transparency purposes and a brief explanation of my reasoning behind it. If you have any other questions for me to further elaborate on any of my votes, I'm glad to elaborate at a later time. Let me see. I put in, you can look at the full membership report there. You can see how numbers have dropped. Something, we've been there before though.
Have we ever dropped so much in an election, like a presidential election,
That has not happened since I spike in 16, 20. They even had spike in with Barr in 2008. I remember campaigning on his behalf. That was awkward. I had this huge debate because when I lived in California against the Republican chair of California and the Democrat chair of California, and there was me as the county chair at the time, and I just beat the crap out of him just because I was using the LP platform. I didn't look at Barr's platform, I looked at the LP one at the time because this was a little bit often just by arguing libertarian points. Well, he didn't really have a well-developed one out there for us to go off of, so using the LP ones was the safe way to go at the time, and it worked. got a lot of interesting people back then.
Yeah.
So sustaining memberships, that is from, it was asked me, what is that, the dates, because they didn't put that in the membership report. That is from 2000 to today, or not, excuse me, 2020.
Getting that
4 years. 4 years.
Wow.
So the last time we were at 2000 would have been 4 years ago. So we're in steady decline.
50%. So 22 would have been roughly 16. The middle of that graph.
And 22 probably right here.
And if we could scroll down again, get into the finances where we are right now. The JFC is what's keeping us solvent currently. Once the gain from that drops off.
Yesterday.
That's the joint fundraising committee with our. So that's expected. Yes, Mr. Bradley.
That's gonna drop off.
They have not given a date on that to me. And I'm expecting that to at least go through the end of the year here, from the indications I've been given. I don't know if it'll go beyond that. There was no sunset date given on any of those things. It's a cash.
And hold on, guys, we have Dave from Burrito and Q, but can we let Paul finish his?
Yeah, let me finish and
Go to the queue.
all right, so reserve added, this is why I ask about reserves and things. Not that we're doing badly. I just look around and I look at past situations and I say, is there anything we can do better as an organization within our state? And if we don't need to do anything great, that's fine. I just wanted to bring up the question because I've also been in other organizations where reserves weren't handled properly and we did have more expenses that were tied on a regular basis and was needed there. And that comes to the end of my report. I didn't get to speak earlier. I did want to say a few things myself. I've been a member of the party since the late 90s. Joined then. Some of you have been members of the party much longer. Am I out of time? 1 minute. All right. So
we have a motion to extend time for
10 minutes, 5 minutes, 5.
5 minutes, probably more likely to go. Second, is there any objection to 5 more minutes? Okay, there's an objection. So, if you are in favor of extending time for 5 minutes, it's got to be 2/3. If you are not, it passes. That's more than 2/3. I mean,
all right.
As much time.
So really quick, so that I can get a few more questions in there. Been a member of the party for a while. In the past of the party, we've had people who've been jerks to each other. It's a thing that's ongoing. It's not new to the party. It happens. We've had people that have not worked well with each other. We've had disagreements in the party before. I think the one thing we take away from the factualization is that we haven't been able to have as honest discussions with each other because of that. And we need to cross the divide and talk to each other more with some of these issues. So I would like everybody to try to, I thought the time we spent earlier talking about some issues was well used to me. And that we should do more of that. Talk to others. Try to work out some of our issues here. No matter what side of the faction people feel they are on, some of it might not even be factual. That might just be how the person is. And somebody needs to learn that's how they are and they need to change something. Or it might be just a misperception between each other. I've seen feuds go on within the party before that just nasty. And also understanding needing to step away from the party for a while. I burnt myself out putting in lots of hours in the past. Stopped in the party around 2012 and had a little time off before I was just a regular member donating off, doing my own little thing before I got busy doing things again. So I understand the need for that. I like to encourage people to take cycles on and off so that we don't lose them for as long as I had to after that time period there. Right now, I'm trying not to do that myself, trying to listen to myself because I spend about $1,000 a month on average right now on the LP. I'm not rich, so it's not like for travel and stuff. And then there's other budget items that's just my travel and whatnot with every day. So I know some of you give a lot. I hope we can come together and find a way forward to support our libertarian candidates in the future. Questions?
So I don't pay attention to national. I don't like national. I'm not a fan. But I feel like I need to take this back to the people in my district that do pay attention to national and want to know what's going on. So it seems like everything's trending down. Revenue, membership, all these things are trending down at a massive rate because this is an election cycle and we should be spiking right now, and we're not. So is there any talk about how they're going to reverse this trend? Is there any self-analysis about what they have done that have caused this trend? I think we all have a pretty good idea what it is, but is the LNC talking about it and how they can improve our party and make us competitive again on a national level?
We have set goals for the future where we want to be. The plan is no, in my opinion, some others might have different. We don't have a real plan. We have wishes. We have goals for the future.
You have a concept of a plan.
We have concept of a
Question.
Billy.
My question is simple. Where can I find the information on how much money LP National spent on the Chase Oliver campaign or promoting Chase Oliver? Because I'm hearing different things, and again, I don't pay enough attention to really dig into it. But I'm hearing that maybe some of the RFK Magic Fund money went to Chase or promoting Chase or something. I'm unaware. Where does that actual factual information reside so that I can go there instead of Twitter?
I would have to put in an inquiry to LNC staff on that.
Cool. I appreciate it. If you would just ask the question.
Just a quick question. It's two-part. How soon do you see insolvency happening? Financial insolvency?
That's hard to predict. That's you saw the analysis from Bill Redpath there, where he basically said with everything we're at a negative if you look at the full report already. So as soon as the RPA money drops off, that is
the body
without significantly dropping.
Has the body, the LNC, discussed and are they prepared for the possibility of a member lawsuit for breach of fiduciary responsibility?
They're not a member of a lawsuit, but they're defending, of course, against the board lawsuit and have plans against that.
Lawsuit.
And but I don't know about a member's lawsuit.
You might want to ask them.
There is talks about the headquarters. That is one way to stave off current funds right now. There is a talk of a lease to own. I don't know details on that are publicly releasable on that at this time. But that is one revenue source that will stave things off. I'm sorry, out of time. You can ask me at the side. I'm glad to answer.
Thank you, Paul.
The last thing we have before we go to the business part of the meeting is Mr. Jack Westbrook had asked to have a few words before we look at the budget. So wanted to bring him up here before we go to business.
Or come back there.
I'm gonna come up here.
While he's doing that, Billy, the Discord servers are located in South Carolina. That's where they
Appreciate it.
About a pound of C4.
I'm gonna tell them posted all the Chase Oliver's work on Discord. Sorry.
All right, order please.
So let me just start off by saying that I wish I had something better prepared to say to you. I've been fighting problems with blood sugar issues because of chemo treatment, and if I'm shaking a little bit, it's not that I'm afraid to speak publicly. I just, my blood sugar might be spiked. So let me say this, first of all. Welcome back to the afternoon session of quarter 4 of 2024, where we have some real business to do.
Yeah.
Amen.
My purpose in addressing all of you today is not to tear anyone down. If you feel torn down by anything that I say, please don't, because that's not my objective. My objective is to point out that we need to head a different direction in LPTexas. There are those of us who have been here a while, and we are responsible for where LPTexas is right now and what we've done so far. There have been several things that have been done most recently, and especially in this last campaign season, that we've done better than in the past. And from things I've heard this morning about where we're trying to go in the future,
I am encouraged. I'm hopeful that we do some good things. The communications and the campaign department, I have to laud them. They reached out to me, Jacob, Nathan, what's your name, Purple? I'm just kidding. But a lot of good things that have happened. And you know you love me, Amanda.
It's low blood sugar, Amanda.
Okay, so, there's been a lot of help and there's been some good things. However, as a party, LPTexas has problems. That's been evident already today, but I'm not worried about that. That's a step issue. But what I am worried about is this. I don't think that we are really a political party. At best, I think we are a grievance committee. We have these little minor things that we focus on. And I said, we major in the minors. And somebody corrected me and says, no, Jack, we minor in the minors. And it's true. You know, we focus on things, oh, this is our ideal about borders and taxation. And you know what? I hate the IRS because they shut down my bank account without any due process. Okay? And I believe I ought to be able to go anywhere on this planet they put me on if that's what I want to do without anybody signing off on it saying I can do that. However, for me to focus on that and expect people to donate money because of that ideal is stupid. It's just dumb. Right. We are not in touch with the true people out there who are libertarians. I talk to them. I visited with them. I say, you know, my name is Jack Westbrook. I'm running for State Board of Education. I'm running on the Libertarian ticket. You know, why not consider myself to be a libertarian? Are you involved in the party? No, because there's this, and that the libertarians do, and I'm not interested in that crap. The other problem that we have, and I've talked to several people who have had issues with this, we have not done a good job of supporting our candidates to the level that we ought to be doing. Somebody said earlier, I don't remember who it was, and I apologize, but our business is to get people elected.
That's right, me.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, David. Okay, that's our job. Right. Okay? There have been commitments made to people who have been actually solicited and said, will you run for office? Will you do this? And if you do this, we're going to do this, this, and this for you. And they tell me the party didn't come. LPTexas specifically did not come through for them. Our fundraising efforts are focused on having enough money for convention. You saw the budget earlier. How much money was there for convention? How much money is there what Joe's going to change to campaign, right, Joe?
Oh, the campaign
finance. Okay. You saw the difference. Lots of difference. We are running an operation that's a hobby, not a business. I'm tired of spending my money on a hobby. Okay? I want to spend my money on something that's going to be effective. What we need to do is we need to change. We need to change how we're doing things. We need to be unified in that change because a brilliant man, and it wasn't Abraham Lincoln, once said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. We have to be unified. We have to come together. We have to work together. Now, we've been doing the same thing over and over for years and years, and perhaps even decades, expecting different results. Do y'all know what that's called? Insanity. That's just crazy. So what do we need to do? One, we need to rewrite our mission statement so that it has teeth. And it's not just words with milk toast. It doesn't have teeth. Every great goal must be SMART. Anybody know what the acronym SMART stands for? I got one hand up.
Yeah.
Okay. It has to be specific, measurable, attainable, reasonable, and time specific. Okay? Every department must report on the achievements towards milestones that they are trying to achieve towards our mission of getting people elected and getting people to donate money. Okay? And I'm talking about having metrics. When I looked at our reports, I didn't see any metrics towards those things. Not that y'all didn't do great jobs. You did where we sent you to. But we've got to change what we're doing. We need to fundraise for LPTexas campaign PAC. Instead of spending that money, and no offense towards anybody who did this, that's what we were doing. But we don't need to be in the business of having parties.
Because parties make money.
I just said what I said. I said, we did what we directed us to do. I'm saying we need to change our direction. That's all I'm saying. Now, the other thing we need to do is find whale donors and cater to the message of what we have in common, not those things that we consider ideal. You're not going to like the things that I say here today, some of you, and that's okay. I'm all right with that. But I want us to let LPTexas be the leader in how we do things. I want us to make LPTexas the gold standard by how we raise big bucks and get people elected. That's where I want us to go. If you're on board with that, I hope you are. Let's get some work done.
Okay, fun time. It's moving into the business of the afternoon. Mr. Miller?
I would move to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to switch the budget and committee business with each other. In other words,
You would like to do the budget first and then staff committees, okay?
Second.
You got a second. Is there any objection to making this change? I don't hear an objection. That carries. Thank you, Jeff. I think that's a wise move. We've got to get the budget done. Yeah. We agreed on something. We agreed on something. Yeah. All right. So that being the case, then we proceed to the discussion about the budget. The easiest plain way to do that, frankly, is kind of like the agenda. Somebody moved to adopt the budget, somebody immediately objects, and we start the conversation about the kinds of amendments we'd like to make. So would anybody like to move the budget? We have a motion. Who did that?
Yes, 11.
Okay. Has moved to adopt the budget as presented. Is there a second? Is there an objection? Of course there is. So does anybody want to speak in favor of the budget as it is proposed, presented? I mean, we've had a lot of chance to look at this. Okay, go. Do you want?
I think Joe's pretty good, so I think we should adopt the budget.
Okay, that's a stirring argument in favor of adopting the budget.
I got it. Hold on. We do need to clarify that. It's important to me. It's not my budget.
Yeah.
It's the officers work together. And I'm approving it. I'm cool with it, but I'm not the one. Jesse did most of the work on it.
Okay, so yes, this budget was presented. Officers and directors all participated in the construction of this.
Right.
No single person is trying to get this done, but this is what we came up with collectively. Even within ourselves, we still have minor differences, but this is where we ended up. Anybody going to speak against?
So I'll speak, and I agree with what's been presented here, that this was very well thought out. I thank everyone that was involved putting this together. I admire the clarity of it. I admire the work that went into it. I admire the explanations of it. I think that there are amendments that could be made and discussed in order to get everyone on board so that everybody feels like they were a part of building it. And I'd like to see the reserve amended to account for inflation every 2 years.
Okay, so
I think
you
we got a
move
motion
to
on the floor first, right?
Right, so that's my reason for opposing adopting it.
As we're speaking against.
Right, I was speaking against as an objector, and so now
you're making a motion.
But you're now making a new motion.
No,
making a
okay, well, that was my.
Extending that he would like to amend the
kind of thing.
Right.
Okay. Talk about. Got it. There are some minor tweaks we can make. Some of that might be useful. Some of it would be more cosmetic. But does everybody either have a specific objection that would manifest some kind of a motion to amend, or is there somebody else who wants to speak in favor of just?
Somebody else in favor.
I got Jack in queue, and I got Kyle, and I got Venus.
You just put me in queue so I can do my
We have the directors quitting, and we have department budgets. So we're gonna have budgets for departments that don't have directors, or are these directors not quitting?
No. We have one director that is in the process of resigning. Everybody else is still with us so far.
Okay.
And a couple of people noticed that the events budget was pretty minimal. It basically covers our SLEC meetings, and the rest of it was left open. So that's already accounted for in the budget you're looking at. One way or the other, Jesse and I have to do it, or if we get a new events director, tomorrow or something, falls out of the sky, then we're going to do our SLEC meetings, and then how we proceed in the direction of more sophisticated stuff, fundraising events, stuff like that, remains to be determined. Maybe we'll run those out of development. Maybe we'll get there. So, but that, I believe to answer your objection, it's already accounted for, or at least Jody's accounted for. For, against, motion, amend.
I think I'm next in line, Mr. Chair. So I would just like to say that I saw this budget when it was presented online. I had questions about it, which I presented. Those questions were answered to my satisfaction. And I think we have done a good job. It would be great if we had the time to deal with the other things that have been presented. And I'm not totally against that, but I think we can move on and take care of those things in forum if we so choose.
Are you
not making a motion? I'm just saying what I think.
Sounded to me like you're moving to call a question, but I don't know. Okay, so
I think what I will do is make a motion that we adopt that budget as presented.
That's the motion on the floor now. We're going to debate that until we run out of people who want to debate, or until somebody calls a question.
I'll wake up after.
I have a request for information.
Yeah, what's the question? What's your request?
Was this budget agreed to with all of the department heads? Did we get to a consensus with all department heads? They're on board.
Consensus is kind of a relative term. Unanimity would be a different word. But the main thing I want to go ahead and highlight this is that Anastasia is coming in hot as legislative action director and wants to do a lot of good this spring. The problem is we have a certain amount of money in the bank already. We have a certain amount of income that we think is pretty reliable. And then there's the part that we're pretty confident we should be able to fundraise between now and the beginning of session. So Anastasia, Mrs. Wilford would rather have more money in the budget for legislative action. Among the officers, particularly me and the treasurer, there's some reticence to commit to that. And as it is now, we're in kind of a compromise position where we're all kind of equally unhappy. But it depends. If what we've set a goal for fundraising, or in this budget reflects a goal that we think is reasonably achievable, and if we are able to raise a lot more money, which could happen, then I would propose that we come back in. I would expect Ms. Wilford to run a forum motion in January to increase legislative action budget. If our fundraise is a fail, then we're going to have that conversation. But that is the one area where we have a director or an officer that would really wishes we had put more money in the budget. And I've kind of given you my explanation. Do you want to add anything to that, Dana? I mean, yeah, because it is very important to me. This is our value proposition. Affecting legislation and getting candidates elected, that's our business. And so
I appreciate the transparency.
Okay.
So I posted on the forum what I was asking for in the budget. And we have done some tweaking. I am of the philosophy that regularly occurring expenses, of which legislative action should be accounted for in our regular operating budget and not handled strictly by special project fundraising. That is a philosophical difference that we have. Because of the way that I have seen special project funding used in the past, that's where I've come from describing it as reactionary, because most of the time it has been used to say, oh shit, we've got to hire lobbyists, you guys need to come go. It's been used like, oh shit, we're suddenly in a lawsuit, we gotta go. it's been very reactionary, and I do not want our legislative work to be a side project. I want it to be something that we are actively and intently working on. In odd number, like the way that Texas is structured, we have actually a really great opportunity. We have nothing else going on in odd number years besides paying city elections. There's not a lot going on. Sorry. There's not a whole lot going on in odd number years. And so it gives us an opportunity to actually focus on that. Since we don't have other major expenses, I feel like we're going to invest in it. I feel like we can take the opportunity to give it a shot. The Legislative Action Fund was created initially to see if our membership had a taste for this sort of activity. They have demonstrated that they do. And the fact that they do have a taste for it is the only reason that I'm not fighting harder against funding it through our special projects. Because I trust that the members of the party are going to support this activity. But I think that it's a mistake that they don't put in their regular operating expenses.
Okay, I got you covered. Okay, then Aaron Ramos.
I had a request for information. Based on what she said, just numbers wise, if we were to take that course of action, how would that impact the way this budget looks? Because is it that we would just need to raise more in general membership?
I agree with Ms. Wilford philosophically.
Right.
And I would like to get us there, but to get money in the tank for this session that starts in 2 months, the quickest, shortest, most direct route is to do the fundraise. We're going to do the fundraise any way you slice it. And in any way you slice it, we're going to have a certain amount of money in the bank on January 15th. And we'll either be able to proceed with the budget as written, or we'll want to come back and ask for more authorization because we got more money in the bank, or we'll need to, unfortunately, it will just suck because for the last, every term I've been here, we've been raising the bar on legislative action. We've been doing more with more people and more days in Austin every year. So we don't want that to happen. We're determined to bring in some money, but it's philosophically, we want to move in the direction of having this be supported out of general budget and not needing these special funds. Tactically, right this second, special funds are a great way to reach out to donors, including wealthy donors that don't even live in Texas, but they're supporting what we're doing and are willing to write, a 5-figure check for that kind of thing. They don't do that for general operating expenses, but they'll do it for something that they care about. It's tactical moves, strictly. Philosophically, I agree with Anna. So,
yeah, we wouldn't have gotten 10K out of California if the legal fund didn't exist. We wouldn't have got that for operating reasons.
Mr. Ramos is next. Okay. Okay.
So I don't know that this would have been a question for Jody, but she said she is resigning. I see that the special events fund is 0. Are we earmarking nothing for the next year?
Again, philosophically, I believe and hope that we will be doing special events and we'll be doing fundraising things, but without a working events director and without having our development team in place yet, we would just be making shit up. We'd be spending money.
I understand what you're saying. I still think we need to budget for us preparing for the future. We need to say, yes, we understand we're not going to have these events until we have an events director.
Mm-hmm.
We need to be ready so that they are equipped and have the resources, so we don't have to wait till the next meeting to select.
Okay.
So it's enticing. So we have the funds, but we don't have an earmark for that. Obviously, we're not spending it if there's no events director, but we still need to have an earmark for this.
Let me frame this for y'all. We need an events director and we need money. This is a compromised budget. We don't know what we're doing with events anyway, so it was an easy move. And as it is now, we're showing a deficit budget. We're not going to spend. We're not going to bring in as much money as we're going to spend. So we could. we all want to see fundraising events in the new year. Make a motion, put in any number you want, but all that number is going to do in this conversation is increase the deficit. And if y'all have an appetite for going farther in the hole, then I'm right there with you, you know, it's up to y'all. Or we just kind of leave it balanced the way it is and then focus very hard on raising that money so that we can go out and spend it to make more money, right? So it's, yes, we could raise it, but it would be sort of illusory because then we'll have a $30,000 shortfall or something like that. And at some point that number gets discouraging.
And we can always change it.
Yeah, I mean.
I got Joe Burton, then Billy.
So, so this, my point here kind of touches on what Jack said and what Anastasia said. The kind of the way I see this from a number standpoint is we're like a business in that we have donations, and so we have a set amount of income, but what each of us decides is the profit, like what this business is supposed to be doing. Some of us believe we should only exist to educate people on liberty. Some of us believe we should be running more candidates. Some of us believe we need to do everything through legislative. Everybody believes different things. I have my own opinions on that, but I personally feel like it is our fiduciary responsibility to our donors to let them dictate what we do, because it's their money they're giving it. They're giving it to us. And the more options we can give them for earmarking those funds, this isn't a belief, this is a fact. Organizations raise more money when the donors are given the option to earmark that funds. There are people that give us money, specifically those funds, and they will not give it to the operating fund. I mentioned the $10,000 check out of California for our lawsuit that put us over the hump that time. We wouldn't have got that money for the operating budget for LPTexas. I get that everybody can argue about what our main focus is, but when we do these funds, it raises more money and it gives them more control. And so we can always, if we decide as a group, hey, the donors have shown us this, they want to spend a lot of money on this, we can always dump some of our operating budget into one of those special funds. But I wouldn't just caution you against going backwards. These directed funds have been a point of mine since 2018, and I will continue to fight to have more of them because I want to see our donors given the ability to control that, and I also want to see us branch out. If we were to start a directed donating fund for like Second Amendment, let's take that as an issue. We can, very in small print, say that it's controlled by LPTexas, but they're going to be a whole lot of Republicans willing to throw money at something like that if they don't even realize we're the ones doing it. Right. So it can afford us ways to get our competition to agree with us on an issue to fund we want to do. So, but if we keep it strictly in the budget, they're not going to donate to LPTexas. So it affords us that freedom. As an accountant, it makes my life a living hell because it's way more difficult to keep track of all this crap. It's way more difficult, but I feel that vehemently about it. And look, if we really believe the donors are in favor of that, they'll open up their pockets. So let's get on the phones and ask them. I mean, those funds are there. The legal department was done out of yes, it was reactionary initially because we had to raise that money, but ever since we paid that initial $10,000, it has been ahead of the game. It is now on its feet, operating on its own. We have dedicated donors to it. I can pick up the phone and get us 10, 20 grand and probably within a couple of hours if we need it. And I want to see that continued. I want to see that for the Legislative Action Fund. I'm not against moving money from the operating fund into it. I'm just against going the other way. Because if we keep it as just a line item on the budget and we kind of ditch the directed donations, we're going to see money fall off for it. And then there are going to be people on this board that don't believe the legislative action should be that priority. As is, that money can't be spent on anything else without a vote. We'd have to move money around through voting to get that done. That money's earmarked. If that's your department, that's your money, and nobody else can kind of touch it. So I like keeping those things sequestered and allowing the donors to kind of direct what we do in that regard.
Bring the budget back on the screen. All right, so we've got Mike, and then Billy, we're gonna come back to you after others have a chance to talk. So we got Mike, Paul, Dave, Kevin, Anna, and Jeff.
Can I do requests for information?
You can do that anytime.
Okay, yeah,
If it's an actual request for.
it is an actual request for information.
Shoot.
That was mine, right. Is the reserve that's been discussed on the form annotated in the budget on this spreadsheet? If so, where? Point to me, maybe I'm probably lost.
No, the reserve, this is income expense.
Yeah, budget is
Yeah, reserve's a bank account. Yeah.
Reserves an asset.
Okay, great, great. So it's not a part of this, and therefore discussions on it wouldn't be part of this. Great. And the other request for information, is there a prohibition on using general funds or funds from the general fund to be used for legislative action?
No. We can transfer money anytime.
Thank you for answering my question.
Yeah, there you
We
go.
discussed that on Discord, man. I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Mike, I'm really gonna try to keep this really quick, but I can't hear you. You said something up there that's really critically important. You said, I really want legislative, to be part of the keep the lights on kind of analysis for this organization, because it's important. And I don't think anyone would disagree that it's not important. I've been doing a lot of modeling with if donations went to zero immediately, and they're not going to do that. We're going to need a website. We're going to need somebody to talk on Twitter. We're going to need to pay people. And what does that number look like? Do we have a general agreement on what the reserve should cover? Because my analysis, and it's wrong, let me be clear, my analysis shows that we've got about 3 months of absolute bare bones. And that's no campaign support, that's no legislative, that's nothing that we all actually care about. That's just literally paying for nation builders away from a website.
I think
we've got a bookkeeper.
There's different ways that the word reserve kind of works out. And in a sense, like right now, the cash reserve level functions as kind of like the flight deck, right? Like that's the we don't want to get anywhere near hitting our reserve level because we definitely don't want to hit the ground, right? So its purpose is to serve as a safety cushion. But if we're anywhere near down to 10 grand in the bank, we've already screwed up. Like we should have already been cutting expenses. We should have done some mass money bomb fundraiser. Like there's so many other things we should be doing. So I don't know if am I answering your question or am I not? Like
Mine was an open-ended question. We probably need at some point to have a strategy about that. And you're doing the same thing I did, which is kind of talk around the issue, and it is, right? So again, I will tell you, it's $11,000 to run this organization at the absolute bare bones with nothing that's related for 3 months.
Right.
Now, is that the right definition of reserve? Yes, no. Do I have all the right pieces? Yes, no. All that's fair. Right?
Yeah.
You did a lot of great work in the budget, right? Because it changed from where we were in July, where it was about 25,000 every quarter.
Oh,
to where we are today. And some of the cool things like legislative action, we're going to make that a direct donation. All of that blunted that effect. But we're also looking at a quarter where we went from July to September, where we lost 70,000, where we brought in $18,000 and we spent 89, right?
Yeah.
You know, at some point, it's because we're not dealing with $250,000 because I think that's what everybody heard last time. We're dealing with $85,000 in the general fund. You can't touch legislature. You can't touch campaign support. You can't touch those other things. So we just need to generalize. Everyone understands what we're talking about.
My suggestion is that any further discussion of the reserve, since it's not really a budget question, would be deferred to a forum discussion and possible vote if somebody I've already indicated it's already effectively 11 because that's what's in the bank, but that figuring out the right reserve level is a question we could take up on the forum, and it doesn't affect the budget anyway. I mean,
it drives income and expense though.
It's a financial thing, but it's not the budget.
And our budget our deficit budget is only 17 grand. That leaves us 75 in the bank, right? Like in other words, so we haven't even gotten within spitting distance of the reserve yet. So my suggestion is we take that up later. Yes.
We've got Paul, Dave, Kevin, Anna, and Jeff.
And how much time remains?
Sean, with the room. I don't know. Is his computer?
No, computer, see if there's a timer on it. Never mind, Andrew's got it.
Huh?
Yeah, it does help.
I've got 1 hour.
1 hour and
7
Yeah, because it's
Into an hour and a half.
It's small. Yes, you just paused it when you pressed the.
Sure, pressed it, yeah, because it was Governor's County, it was County, Cass County.
That's rough.
All right, well, on that note, next in queue is Mr. Dart.
Go ahead, Colin. I almost feel sorry for bringing up the reserve previously. Yes, that should be taken up on the form in the future, because that's going to be a policy manual change when we do that. So it's something we should do, and that we should take it up later as well.
But let's be clear, we were told to make the motion now on the forum by the chair. So let's not forget that.
Yeah, we won't. This next week, I say, we should have just as a best practice, a notification level. That if it gets to this level, if there's not as financially competent as individuals pointing things out, that we know where at least things are. We don't get below a certain amount, but I'm sorry for having you brought up in a way. I'm happy and I'm in support of the current modifications to the budget. I feel those are appropriate levels for a compromise.
Yeah.
And I hope we can exceed the fundraising goals there and come back and amend this later to the levels we would prefer things to be actually in areas. So. That's amend this in a month.
Oh, so I just want to make sure I have an understanding of what we're looking at. We're looking at a baseline of what each one of these areas needs to be effective. So like legislative action is listed at 38,000. So that's what we're agreeing, that $38,000 is the minimum of what legislative action needs to be effective for the following year. Okay, so if that's the bare minimum we need to be effective, then you use fundraising to go beyond that and we increase. So that's not kind of what he was saying about the events budget. I know we don't have a director or we won't, but we still should have something so we know that events is going to be effective for the next year. That's the only point I want to make. That's what you were saying.
Just to make sure I understand, you're saying you want to put money in the events budget for special events?
Do we have absolutely no plan for that department to be effective in the next year? If the rest of the budget is budgeting line items to the bare minimum to be effective for the following year, then I think every line item in the budget should have an amount of money in there to make sure that it's actually effective for the next year.
Yes, but can we take this conversations outside or stop them?
Yeah.
If we're leaving one blank, that's essentially saying for the next year, we're not planning on spending any money
Correct.
in that area.
There is no department. There is, the way that we bumped up that money was based on history of somebody who had.
So we need no baseline for events for the next year.
You have nobody in there. You have no idea for how to do it. You're going to have to be, the time it would take to bring someone up to speed to be able to do it. And then if you end up getting somebody, then you come back to the body and make a motion to put money in that account.
I just want to
Make it check for $25,000 for no idea who's going to be in there.
And again, all it would do would be increase our deficit to 40. It would be better. There's also another question under the heading of staffing, like some of what Jody's been doing with the events and the major fundraisers and the big parties and stuff is it's events doing it, but historically development has had more to do with that kind of thing, and it gets fuzzy. Where do events in development begin, or how do we account for all that? So since we actually have a development director on deck to be interviewed Tuesday, and we don't have a events director, maybe we'll run some special events. Maybe the development department will do that. Like there's enough stuff about this that's not clear today that suggests that we give ourselves a month into the year, something like that, to see how we're going to fill this backfill position and how it's going to work out in development. Then we come up with a plan. Then we roll it out.
I guess that's what's bothering me, is that we're here to approve the budget for the next year, and yet we're not clear on some things. This stuff should have been cleared before we're presented with the budget. So, but
it's not clear by the nature of the situation. We can't make it clear. We can make stuff up and pretend and assume, but we can't make it clear. So,
So we've got Kevin, then Anna, then Jeff, then Aaron, then Jody. So Kevin.
I would like to call a question for which I will be abstaining because I benefit from this budget.
we have a motion to call the question. Is there a second? Objection.
We're doing for minutes.
It is what it is. There's an objection, so we will take a vote. It's a 2/3 vote. If you're in favor of stopping debate and moving to a vote on the budget as is, please raise your hand. Okay, it's not 2/3. It's not point.
I don't think, Mr. Chair, I don't think the question was heard back here in the back. Could you repeat and re-vote again, please?
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Okay, I'll do that as a courtesy. I don't see enough votes back there, but we're voting to call the question and just proceed to vote on the budget. 2/3 vote is required to pass this, otherwise we'll keep talking. So who wants to call the question and vote on the budget? Again, I don't see 2/3, so, or any, we're close, so.
Okay. So Paul touched on this a little bit. No, sorry, Dave touched on it a little bit. Y'all are in blue over there. But I think I've been a little unclear. I do support keeping the legislative action fund. But the important thing to me is that we are funding the bare minimum, like what we have to have to be there for the entire session in our operating budget. And then we use the legislative action fund to go above and beyond that.
Yes.
And as it stands right now, having somebody at the Capitol is being funded through the legislative action fund, not through our operating expenses. And I think that is, we have seen how critical a difference that makes, that it needs to be something that we can maintain.
Next is Jeff, then Aaron, then Jody, and then we'll circle back to Billy.
Yep. First, I have point of order. I would just say that votes that are taken that are supposed to be 2/3 votes of all those voting out of the body, correct? So in other words, you do need to hear the hands of the no's on every vote.
I can.
Because of abstentions.
I'm willing to do that again if you want.
I'm not suggesting we go back to a previous vote. I'm just making that.
Okay, yeah, you are right. I think corrected. 2/3 of those voting.
I really just wanted to, along the lines of what was being asked by Mr. Ramos about the events department. The purpose of a special event would be, I can only think two purposes: fundraising and outreach.
Yep.
And there's already $3,000 there for outreach. So even without a vote on SLEC, could the events department not spend from that $3,000 on an event? And if they needed more money for the event, ask the SLEC for more money for the event.
The special events is basically like Jody typically does 2 big fundraisers a year, right? So she's got, kind of her first, half of the year, second half of the year. So the most recent one, election night, that was the second big one. So that income and that expense typically will offset each other and usually come out very much in the black based on Jody's performance. What we're saying is that without someone at Jody's caliber ready to come in right this second and perform at her level, it would be irresponsible to assume that income or any of the expenses to put on something like that, not knowing what we don't know right now. So it kind of goes back to what you were saying, Dave. It's just that we could make up a number, but we don't know that we'll be able to deliver on it. So best to just kind of say, hey guys, we don't have a magic 8 ball right now. See, who's going to come in and deliver on events, be able to put on, big successful fundraisers. But let's table that until we know someone, and then
I
we'll
just mainly
readjust
wanted to
that time.
reassure people that, if we suddenly have an event, so we say we need more money, that can still be brought to the body.
That is true. We have that money at least for an opportunistic buy, right?
Yeah, it doesn't also prevent other departments from throwing their own parties.
Yes, it's wrong.
So I'm going to make a motion to amend the budget to add $5,000 to the special events budget so that we can motivate the rest of the team to fundraise more money, get more donations to cover the deficit. And so that when we hire an events director, they have at least one event they can do without us having to meet, go through forums, go through everything beforehand.
Request for information on it.
Just a second, we have a motion on the floor to amend the budget to provide for $5,000 for special events in the events department. Is that correct? Is there a second?
Second.
An offset expense for that.
Well,
That is the expense.
that is the expense. So that's what I'm ROIing for right now.
Yeah, that's the expense line. We have a second. Is there an objection? There's an objection. We're gonna have to take a vote, but first we're gonna take a request for information.
Does your amendment also include a corresponding increase in the projected income for events? Or are you just suggesting that we put an expense on the budget without any corresponding income? Because by doing this, what you're opening.
I'm gonna assume we're gonna increase the deficit, and I'm hoping that our events director, who we will eventually hire, our executive director, and anyone else on the fundraising team will fundraise to cover that.
Just being clear, you're not increasing income on the budget, just expense.
Yes.
Okay.
Which has the net effect of it will increase the projected deficit by $5,000.
Right.
So now we know, and so now we need to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, can I speak to my?
Sure.
So earlier when I was up there, one of the things that I talked about was what our focus was in terms of getting people elected, and focus on raising money to get people elected. And instead of raising money for what this has been used for in the past, I'm not sure that's necessarily the case, but because it's restricted in how we can use money that comes in LPTexas, we're basically saying we're gonna spend money to raise money, and it's going to be restricted to what we can spend in LPTexas, and we can't spend that money on other things. We've already stated, our treasurer has already stated that we have enough money to do convention without asking anybody to spend a dime on a ticket. Okay, and so did I misquote you, sir?
That's
okay. I did not. And so the reality is that part of what I was talking about is focusing on spending money that gets restricted. Now, we could spend that money, we could say it, we could use it and go into something like Text Me, which I used in my campaign, in a generic way for all people who are running for office and all people are doing, or even for legislative action issues that we're concerned about, and do that, however we want to do that. But I don't see a value in doing what we're doing right now. And 3 different times, people on our staff, okay, our treasurer, our chair, our vice chair, have all articulated a good reason why not to do that, and y'all are not listening to them.
Okay, that is the opposition. Does somebody want to speak in favor of the amendment?
And it will also effectively remove me from the queue because it's what we're going to talk about anyway. Right. 2 birds, 1 stone. So, I'm building here. I believe that the primary purpose of the Libertarian Party of Texas is to run candidates in elections. A close second is legislative action, but it is a second. So that is the way that Keep United, how I view the party and what we do here. That's the lens that I view this through. I believe that the events of a certain kind are a valuable tool in candidate recruiting. The ability to show a potential candidate that there is support, that there is infrastructure, that there is enthusiasm, because they, as candidates, are going to do something very difficult emotionally and psychologically by putting themselves out there to get rejected. And they need to know that they have a peer group, that's us, who's going to back them and support them and give them status in the form of virtue, success, and encouragement. So candidate recruitment and enthusiasm is a byproduct of a certain kind of, not all events are making. I want an event director one day for Christmas. I can't buy an event director, right? You check Amazon. And we can't pay an events director a salary, but what we can do is say, hey, if you've got the talent and
this board and through our hiring and interviewing process deems that you are the one, we can say, you've got a $5,000 budget to put on an event. So we can see if you're any good at this. With nothing in the budget, we just say, well, we'll try to get you approval to put on an event, or we'll take it out of general, or we'll try to see how much we can get people to say okay to. And it's a harder sell for a person of the caliber that we're going to be seeking. Jody's not going to be easy to replace. We need to be able to offer them something to recruit the right person. I'm not saying authorize the expenditure. I think it was a great distinction. But to put a line item in the budget of $5,000, which is enough to cover one small event for Jody, normally it's 10, 13. This gives us a carrot to dangle in front of our potential events director.
Request for information.
Yes.
You can answer this. The fundraising events in the past, would you, or no, sorry, not would you, have they all gone to general fund? The funds that were raised, did they go to all of them go to general fund?
Yes.
No, with the exception of convention. No, we had fundraiser events, and those events, those funds that we raised did not go, not all of them went to general fund. We threw events that were specifically fundraised for legal and for legislative action.
Oh, yeah, yeah, right.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind everybody, but I needed to do that in question form.
Great. Okay, we're in the debate on the motion to amend. That was 4. Is there anybody against?
Yep. I have a point of information or request for
information.
Shoot. What is the margin that events has essentially been running at?
We mean margin.
So we spend X amount, we make ROI X amount. What is that margin?
Within the events?
Yes.
I mean, I'd have to look at it. I'd say at least break even. I mean, which is,
Oh, yeah.
I know we're profitable. We're not losing. In other words, we don't,
Right.
we always bring in more than we spend.
Right. So, but what I'm looking for is if we spend 10,000 and we're operating at a 10% margin, we should expect
$1,000
return profit.
Right.
That's only cash. Yeah.
Yeah, that's only one measure.
Frankly,
I agree.
Right. Frankly, I don't think it's ever, to my knowledge, it's ever been analyzed in that capacity. It's been hard enough to get not this body, but bodies in the past just to approve spending 20 or 30 grand on events. Just getting these people to vote for it on a break-even basis. You start throwing in ROI requirements, and some of these people are so conservative, you get it voted down.
So then,
Even though I agree with you.
Yeah. My follow-on request for information then will be, do we feel there's any other portion with the LPTexas that is generating the same return that we can reasonably quantify?
Oh.
I think there is.
If your ROI is restricted to cash, I can't see that.
Contract fundraisers?
Yeah, it would be, because they're not events, right? Yeah.
Contract fundraiser.
Yeah, because it cost this body 12% of I raised 40 grand and got paid like $4,000. So that ROI is pretty up there.
Okay.
But I think that'd be the only thing that would mirror that situation where we're actually getting a cash ROI.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's come back to debate. Did somebody else have against?
I'm against.
Okay.
And I know it's going to sound funny coming from an event against putting money in. There was a reason that I proposed this year out budget, and it really comes down to the fact that we, since convention, have been unilaterally appointing directors into positions, and I don't have a lot of trust in the fact that a good person is going to end up in that position. I think that it's going to be somebody who is just willing to fill the role. And I think that you are going to end up giving a budget to someone who is not qualified to do events. And that's just, I mean, we're pulling out of the hat when you're talking about volunteers here. But that is my concern, that we're going to get certain individuals that are going to come in, they're going to spend the money, they're not going to do it, and it's just going to be a loss. When I came in, the budget was much lower, and it got raised up because I proved through time that my events were making money. For that, we have made between 20 and almost 50% in every single event that I have put on.
Okay, anybody else for, or are we ready to vote on this?
I have a question, just for information.
Yes.
What does a director have to do to approve an expenditure? I can't just go take a credit card and pay for it, correct?
Correct. It gets into questions of authorization. If the budget's been authorized to expend and the director is spending within their budget limitation, their budget authorization, then that's, they're free to spend that money right now.
But this wouldn't authorize the expenditure, this would just create the budget.
Right. Because we're about to authorize the expenditure of the entire budget.
Well, actually, there's precedent, a term or two ago, we did a budget that we authorized all but 2 line items pending further, it had to do with development director stuff. And so it is possible to authorize everything except the event line if we want to do that. A lot of this is more appearances than reality, but let's like, any way you slice it, yes, it will depend on who's in the position, what we want to do with it, and SLEC has any reservations about the person who ends up in that position after going through the interview process, and they can slam it down. All of this, there are many ways to get where we need to get. That was a request for information. Anybody for, or are we ready to vote?
Okay. Are we having anyone else that's trying to speak for or against the amendment specifically?
I'm against.
Okay, then I think I had Joe Roberts and
Well, actually,
Mark.
I want to call a question on the amendment. I'm going to call a question.
Have a second. Any objection this time? Hearing no objection, we're going to go ahead and move on to a vote. All those in favor of this amendment that adds this $5,000 line item that will not be authorized when we authorize the rest of the budget, please raise your hand. And anybody who doesn't want to add this, please raise your hand. I think that fails. So, okay. So, moving on, we're back to the main motion. Are we ready to vote, or is there, I don't even remember if we left off.
Okay, so yeah, now we're back on the main motion, and then we do still have some folks in queue, so let me just ask, as far as the folks that are still in the queue, I've got Jody, I had Aaron again, unless you're out, okay? And then,
Oh, no, actually, I still have one question.
Okay,
Sorry.
So we have 2 people in queue, back to the main motion, so Jody.
So we're talking about the main budget now, right?
Yes.
So my question is actually for the comms budget, the 6,000 line item for AV. I know that is for a singular setup. And I think that as we are running at a deficit already, that we have 5-10 people who are watching our stuff. I do not think it is a responsible thing for this body, as membership and donations are dropping off like crazy right now. You have the one department head right now that was still making money for this party. For us to be spending $6,000 on AV equipment for something that we can suffice with what we have. I know it's mediocre, I know it's not great, but we only have a couple people watching. And so I think that we should pay attention to the fact that we're going to be authorizing $6,000 for, and I don't disagree that the equipment is nice, the equipment is probably going to be useful, but we already have a problem with having volunteers run the stuff that we already have, and the amount of people that are watching, I just don't think it's a good use of our funds.
Okay.
So are you making a motion?
I need a motion. Is that a motion to amend?
I vote to amend the AV budget to decrease it, I'll say to $3,000. So like there's still some.
That's AV gear.
That line item,
Yeah,
you want to decrease
AV
from 6 to 3.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take what you just said as you're speaking in favor of your motion.
Yes.
Is there somebody who wants to speak against that motion?
Do we have a second?
God, yes. Is there any objection? Objection. Okay, so Mr. Bradley?
All right. So a couple of things with this one. I've used the current AV equipment for a debate that we had in my county about a year ago. All right.
Yep.
It wasn't great. You couldn't really hear what I was saying. You couldn't hear what Andrew was saying. You couldn't hear what Nathan was saying. He's not here. It wasn't great. We didn't have anything. At the same time, my wife is at home right now messaging me, telling me that she's watching it and can barely hear what's going on in the room now. So obviously there's a problem. There was somebody in charge of the department to run the department. She talked to multiple people coming up with this budget on how much it would cost to get good equipment. You could hear people, you can see people, there's no issues with it. And this isn't a yearly budget item. This is a budget item that will probably last 5, 6, 8 years until it's to the point that it's no good again and we'll have to upgrade again. I mean, this isn't a multi-time thing. This is a one-time thing that we need to invest in because nobody can hear anything with what we're using currently.
I need to, I would like, I'm going to make a request for information of myself. Because you used the phrase singular setup, and I'm not sure what you meant by that, but I think this is a multi-camera, multi-mic thing, so I'm not.
A singular package setup. It's a singular purchase.
Okay,
of
it's a
stuff.
single purchase of a, so I was going to ask our communications director, could you just, I know it's in, I think it's in the report, but is there a, just a quick, like, what are you talking about, before we decide how much we're going to spend, what are you asking for?
I would like the production value to be at least for SLEC meetings, a camera on the person who's speaking, a camera on the body, so people at home can see what their representatives are doing, and microphones like a convention. So a microphone up front that is into the whole system digitally, not through a PA system, and we're like yelling at each other.
So
and I ran that by Austin, who is very experienced yourself, who is AV very experienced, and Sean Spartman, my deputy director.
So how many mics and how many cameras in this package, this setup?
I mean, I wasn't 100%. That's why I didn't put those specific items, because I would love to show. But initially.
So what you like is at least 2 cameras and 4 mics.
And 2 cameras with the whole little system that's.
And mic stands and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we know what we're talking about. So the motion is to change the $6,000 to $3,000 for that line item. So now we're back to.
Request for information.
A request for information.
Who will be in charge of storing the items?
I know all this drinking equipment, like now, I take home with me because it needs to be charged. And so, I mean, obviously, it doesn't need to be sitting in a hot storage. Okay, our unit is climate controlled.
Okay.
Okay, all right, it still goes home with me, the camera.
At this time, communications is housing that package will be here. Okay, for, against, or is there? On the amendment.
Yeah, specifically on the amendment. Oh, did you listen?
Mr. Williams.
Supplement with budget was emphasis. I tried to fix the current set that we have to resolve the audio issues. I invested my money to buy an audio mixer that we plug into this thing. I could not get it to work. I could not figure out the software to get this thing to work. What we have is difficult to use, and we can't train other people to use it, and keeping it as something cost.
So another request for information, how old is the current equipment?
2
2 years.
Are you talking about the camera, the PA system, or the field mixer that Austin purchased?
Any of them, all of them.
The camera is 2 years old.
Okay.
And I myself recommended it because I didn't realize the issues that was going to happen. But I, as somebody who had just joined SLEC, still wanted it to be streamed.
Right, I was the one who helped purchase.
Yeah. Okay. The PA system, I have no clue. And Austin purchased a field mixer that we have not been able to get to work with this. And that happened in a year and a half ago.
I bought it last year.
Yeah, so it's a year old. Camera's 2 years old, but we were saying that it's not of good quality. And then.
But I'm using my personal stuff to do all of this.
Right, okay, so, okay, I thought that was just stuff in the body, you didn't know. Thank you.
Does anybody else need to speak against this, or are we ready to vote? Mr. Westbrook.
I'd like to call a question.
Thank you, sir. Second, any objection? No. Okay. If you would like to amend the budget line item for AV gear to decrease the amount from 6,000 to 3,000, please. We're calling the question. We're taking a vote. of whether we're going to.
You're right.
You're right.
We're good.
I was on the right track.
Yes.
You're good. Don't worry, we'll call you after all.
Thank you. Yeah. I pretty much clown. We'll let you ask. So if you want to pass this amendment to lower that amount to 3,000, please raise your hand. If you don't want to do that, okay, that's not going to go. So that motion fails. And we are 6K for the AV. So
Back to the original motion to adopt the budget, and we've got two people in queue on that. So I've got Jack and I've got Kyle speaking on the original motion.
right, the budget as proposed.
Do you still?
I'm gonna defer to Kyle.
Call, any questions?
Second. Motion called, any questions? Second on the motion, is there an objection?
Please
Oh, my
repeat the motion.
Sorry, what?
What was the?
The original motion, calling all pending questions. The only question I think is pending is the main motion, which is to adopt the proposed budget.
And there are no amendments.
And no amendments, yeah, to go. So, hearing no objection, all in favor of passing the proposed 2025 budget, please raise your hand. All opposed, please raise your hand. That passes. Congratulations, we have a budget. Mr. Moreno?
Motion to recess for 5 minutes for budget breaks?
Yeah. Can it be 10?
You did.
Objection.
There's a scheduled 15-minute break. Can we do it with 10?
15.
15.
We're behind time. Let them know when they need to come back.
No.
Well,
We'll get to it.
so far, or last time,
This conventions.
we have,
Those are preferred only.
yeah,
I have it sorted by preferred.
yeah,
We decide if we want preferred and willing.
right, that's what I'm working on.
Okay.
But my understanding from earlier, maybe things have changed, is that we have more than enough preferred candidates for each committee to fill the slots. We also have other people that indicate they're willing, some people indicate they're willing to do whatever, just put me in, coach, I'll play, right? So the question is, do we want to restrict the balloting to just the preferred and kind of work with that? Or in the case of each committee, are we going to look at preferred and willing and try to draw from the whole talent pool, which, and go like that? And I didn't know if there's any consensus here in the body. Matthew, I saw your hand first, but.
Has the list been updated since the lunch deadline?
I have it on here, but because I switched formats, I wasn't able to send it up.
You sure?
I can tell you.
Yeah, I can
Yes.
share it on. One second.
Kyle has it.
Okay, good.
Hold on. I got Matthew, I got Joe Roberts, and I got Ted.
Joe Roberts.
I move that we include both the preferred and the willing because I haven't seen any names yet, so.
Second, okay. Is there any objection to that?
I object.
Okay, so we're gonna vote. If you're for preferred and willing, I assume there's a second, is that?
Second.
Okay. Just dotting i's, crossing t's.
Thank you.
If you would like to see the willing candidates on the ballot with the preferred candidates, please raise your hand. If you would rather just see the preferred candidates, raise your hand. And that passes, it's going to be preferred and willing.
Will it annotate which ones what they are?
It's literally the way she has, yeah, I think so.
Not an open vote. It's just a list of names.
But you'll have it.
I'll have it here.
You'll be able to see it here.
You can put next to a person's name like dash W dash B.
Order, please. What? We're gonna use open vote for the balloting. We've done this before. Hopefully she has your good email address that you're gonna be able to contact on your phone. Or your laptop, any laptop.
First off, we need to pass these.
We need to pass the motion. I know, I'm just responding to the question I was asking. So we're gonna do both. We need to, I just wanted to get that so we would know how we're gonna do balloting. So we have motions that, what, there's more?
In open vote, I can put the name, put dash, put P for preferred, and W for willing, so we'll distinguish it on the ballot.
Yeah, motions to create the committees. Y'all are seeing that on the forum. John Wilford, we're going to post those. He cannot make it here today due to work conflicts. So we need somebody to move those motions, which were you, oh, you got
How many motions are there?
Four committees. It's going to be a little tricky with convention because of emerging events, but the first three follows credentials.
So I rise to move the three motions for the three committees, with the exception of convention.
Can we bulk move stuff? I guess we can do anything that the body agrees on. Is there a second to do these three?
Someone can move to divide the motions to the two.
Second, okay, is there any objection to just going ahead and creating those three committees? Okay, we have three committees of the convention have been created for this term.
I move.
Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to do Paul Dar's original planning committee now that there's a change in event staff.
It's amend by substitution.
That's what Billy said.
We can move it to find out. I mean,
We're moving this.
Okay.
I'm just moving Paul is, so it's so moved.
Who's moving this?
Paul can move it.
Okay.
I'll move it.
Okay, so.
I did change the number for my motion the previous time to 5 to go in accordance with what Don was going.
Yes. John's motion is posted on the forum, you may recall, had positions for 4 people and an events staff person. Since we don't have any events staff persons, we are changing the plan and moving the previous configuration, the one from 2 years ago, to just regular, kind of like the other committees. Only it will be 5 members instead of 7. Dean, okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second to this motion?
I think we've got a point of order here.
Point of
Where we
order.
can only do one motion at a time, so if we want to do those three committees together, we need to
There was
amend.
no objection, there was no objection. It
No,
passed.
it was out of order, sorry, but that's fine. I'm just,
Was it out of order?
I would rather be protected against any challenges down the line. I don't know, it's up to you how you do it.
Well, if there was no objection, the only people that can challenge that is in this body, and if there was no objection, then.
Yeah, I mean, there is no.
Okay, that may be fine, that may be fine.
Because that's on the record that way, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and there was an opportunity for people to buy.
Anybody could have objected that timely.
Or object, but
when I
nobody
asked.
can
Okay,
object.
well, I'm gonna move forward. Don't want to overturn that in this. Okay, then, somebody is moving the poll, right? And there was a second?
Yes.
And is there any objection to using this format with the 5-member committee?
Request for information, or then I may object. Do you, as the chair, yes, you as the chair, wish this body to establish this committee, or would you rather have the control within the executive to be responsible for putting on a convention? Because Whitney had a very.
I, as the chair, would rather not be in this position.
I'm just saying, I mean, obviously the body can do what it wants, but I need to know for my own, before I vote on this or object to it.
If we had a functional events department, I would rather do that.
Frog had wings and.
Yeah.
Andrew, do you mind moving so people can read the motion? Thank you.
Yes. Under the circumstances in which we are actually operating, then I would support this motion. That's the answer to Joe's question.
Fair enough, thank you.
But it's y'all's deal. You figure it
I'm
out.
gonna object and allow us to speak against it when it's time.
Do you do that?
Because I was on the last committee, so.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So we have an objection. We have a motion and a second, and you got all that, right? And then, so we have an objection.
Can we get 5 minutes for everybody just to read this?
Well,
On a personal privilege, can we expand it so that the Texas?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll bring it down just a touch because we're cutting some off.
there we go.
This works for those who use that.
I can read it out loud.
RTF.
Then we get it.
Sorry.
You think we need to drop signal?
Yes, please.
Is that smoke signal, Billy?
Yes, it is.
Information, Paul, on the 4 main activities, I see venue operations and oversight. Obviously, that's dealing with the whatever selected venue and their staff, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the venue selection has been pretty much classic. That really isn't anything that's changed. Assisting other committees that operate in convention doesn't change. And of course, reporting. The only thing I see in there that would be an activity, that could be an activity, especially with no longer with no events department current, would be planning the events, getting speakers, getting AV, getting all of that done. And it has been done by the convention committee in the past. And because we don't have an events department, if we do this committee, we would have a venue.
Mhm.
We would have nothing else. So I guess, would you be opposed to me adding that as a?
Would not be opposed to adding.
Okay.
I just took mine from 2 years ago that it did empower the committee more than the one John was putting
Right.
together.
Right.
But I missed
I move to amend. By adding a 5th main activity
In the third paragraph.
in the 3rd paragraph, correct? And go anywhere. There's no priority to it. Help me out with wording, y'all.
Program,
Yes.
program development.
Yes, for program, for program development and planning. Y'all good with that?
Yes. Is there a second to her motion? Second. Good. And any objection? No.
Thank you. I have an
Easy
amendment
peasy.
I'd like to make.
What?
I have an amendment I'd like to make. I don't know exactly how it's gonna fall in there, but last time there was argument about within the committee of how many proposals we had to provide to the body, because there was a way that it was read that they only had to provide a singular. So I want to make sure that in this motion, that the committee is required to provide multiple proposals to the body.
Minimum of 3.
I would say minimum of 3. Yeah, I agree with that. And I just don't know how it fits into the motion, but I just know that I would like to make.
Yeah, we need to vote on the current amendment.
It's already.
No objection. All right, so I move to amend, in the third paragraph again, within the parentheses of with final selection authorized spend limits to be approved by SLEC, maybe a comma or something that says, and must provide a minimum of 3 options to SLEC for their,
Yeah, no fewer than 3.
No fewer than 3
yes.
proposals.
To make it clear that there's no max.
Yeah.
Yes.
No fewer than 3 proposals for the body's review.
Historically, that's been the budget deal, the value deal, and the high flyer.
Correct, right.
You know,
But there was an argument last time about how many. It seems reasonable and shouldn't have to be stated, but since there was an argument last time.
No, I'm not. I mean, yeah, I'm just, while he's doing the typing.
Mr. Chair, have a request for information.
Hold on a second. You got a second? Second. Any objection?
Yes.
Object to the fewer than 3 amendment?
Minimum of
3 amendment?
I have an objection to.
Oh, do you want to withdraw your objection?
Want to ask her to change?
Okay.
Okay, is anybody objecting to the amendment that would require at least 3 proposals?
The way she worded it, yes.
Well, I can't
edit this.
Oh, crap.
There's no
Copy and paste it into it.
We're gonna need a.
Word doc this stuff.
So.
Wow.
This has never ended.
In fact, I think
Mr. Whitmore, would you deal with my request for information first, please?
I didn't hear a request for information. I thought it was an objection. What is your request?
Before I object. Ms. Kate?
Yes.
Would you object to removing the word must out of your addition after that comma in the parentheses?
But there's
As a
not started
technical
yet,
writer, I just
so
have
it's,
problems with that.
yeah, no, it's not even up yet, so. Shall, yeah.
Should, whatever.
Yeah.
Shall contractually.
Shall.
Shall is the appropriate term.
I am not a grammar nerd, so don't have that.
Must.
Actually, shall. If you want it to happen, shall. Should.
Should is a moral period.
Or just use must and not worry about it.
We should say what we're doing, but we're not.
What is?
I'm having some technical issues.
Okay, we're just, does anybody have any other questions? Otherwise, we're just gonna stand at ease. What's that?
Absolutely wrong question.
Is there a reason this isn't under the events department, outside of the fact that Jody is resigning?
Because there is no events department.
So I presume it exists, it just has no staff.
Correct, and you need to start on convention. When I started back in July.
But you can still have it report to, and then report to the interim, which would be vice chair or chair.
Yes.
Yes. So they don't-
I'm sure that the vice chair and chairs, well, they can speak for themselves. but I feel
And
like
well,
they
if
know
it's
that.
it becomes a natural. If it's a kid, it's like it's already under the chair. I mean, like that.
Yeah, it already goes to the chair.
That's different though, right? The chair is acting director of events is different than the chair.
No.
No.
No,
It is. Yes, it is.
the chair can direct the events director to
Correct.
stand on one foot.
That's true, but there's an organizational implication of that.
It's in the organizational chart, if there's need for one. That is a part of the job description.
Alright,
Is this in an editable form?
yeah, probably right here, and then shall provide select with no less than 3 proposals.
Okay.
There.
Just for my own benefit, we're, there, we have
5.
passed an amendment, but the amendment about having 3
proposals
Convention program.
might be objectionable, but we're waiting for the writing, the written amendment, so we can see what it is we're voting on.
Yes.
And then we will proceed from there. Wilbur, did you have a question or?
I've got a form that selection process.
Sorry, hey guys, well, they're working on my, what?
Convention program.
Point of order, considering the fact that we're talking about potentially creating a convention planning committee, when the applications that were submitted were for convention oversight committee, which is a very different beast, which is potentially going to impact who actually wants to be on that committee.
So they can decline, or they can remove themselves from the ballot, if that's the case.
I'm still waiting to learn to speak against this.
Okay,
All right,
so let me know.
I think Matthew's already spoken. I had Joe Roberts. You're good? At one point, your hand went up when I wrote down your name, and then I had Ted. And I think Ted, have you had your questions addressed?
I think it's program planning, wasn't it?
Okay.
Program development. What was your name?
Yes. It was
Program development and planning.
or event program and planning.
Program.
February.
Program.
That's what we're voting on.
Yeah. There's no less than, wait.
Shall
I
we
mean,
with no less than 3 proposals?
You're missing a word. Preview, because I
The committee shall. Maybe the committee shall. Again, I've come to work on, so you. So maybe period, the committee shall. Yeah.
Well, it's all within that one sentence. That's a really weird sentence.
You need to put a comma after the
Give it to
program.
ChatGPT, ask them to wordsmith it.
Can you just make that a separate sentence? The committee, like, cut out committee, make that a separate sentence at the end and just say, the committee shall provide the committee, as used in there, shall provide.
No, put it at the end after reporting. Put it after
Put it at
reporting.
the end, yeah. The committee shall provide something with at least 3 proposals.
Yeah, the committee shall provide something with no less than 3 proposals.
3 venue proposals. 3 venue proposals.
Oh, yeah, the venue proposals, that is smart. Because it's not just venue, it's also AV.
And hotel. Yeah, I mean.
Can we just write?
Convention proposals.
Yeah, convention proposals, that
Yeah, okay,
encompasses
yeah,
everything.
Suitably ambiguous.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, are we agreed that that's the amendment we're voting on?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
I like it.
we're voting on the last sentence that says that it requires at least 3 proposals from this committee for SLEC to choose among. All in favor, huh?
It was seconded, but you were holding for objection. in case
Does anybody
somebody
object to this?
Oh.
That's a pleasant surprise. I thought we had objections. Okay, so that passes. What? That passes. Anything else we need to know about this? Are we ready to vote on the main motion?
We got Willie here for objection and against it for this motion, the main motion. Because there's an
Against the main motion.
we are, but there's an objection to the main motion.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Is there any more debate? I didn't hear my call question, I guess.
Yeah, I've been waiting my turn to speak.
Okay, well, I'm tired of you then. Like, that's.
Hey, mine's Billy Pierce.
No joke.
Hey, Billy. Cool. I was a member of the last convention planning, convention oversight, convention. Condolences committee. I was a member of that committee from the beginning. And I saw a lot of folks really trying hard to do good work. I saw a lot of folks that really wanted it to go in their minds well. But that picture was different among them. But there was some inherent dysfunction. The way that the committee was formed, tasked, and staffed that led to it being less productive than it could have been, and that we needed it to be as a part. This is a working committee that is there to conduct supply chain style business transactions and evaluations. It is evaluating requests for proposals, structuring RFPs, being able to get the information out of the potential vendors, evaluate costs, make sure that comparisons are equal, fair, like for like, and wrangle a committee that will be inevitably populated by people with differing axes to grind and different desires and motivations for where the venue is, how many speakers, who to invite, all the things, all right? You know, which county has more nieces or fewer auntie nieces or fewer whatevers, how far do we want these people to have to travel? Would putting it here mean fewer this or more of that? There's a lot that goes into this, and everybody's smiling, trying to be polite at the committee meetings, but we all know each other's, you know, there's something going on behind it. It's uncomfortable. I want to warn y'all that if you vote for this, there's, as well-intentioned as this motion is, there's a lot of ambiguity in here. The contracts and terms and conditions guy, I loathe ambiguity, but you spend a lot of time getting super specific, and then yeah, right. There's a balance there. There's enough ambiguity in here so that this committee is populated by well-intentioned, passionate people can make that. It doesn't say when, there's not dates, there's not judgment criteria, there's not KPIs, there's a bunch in that's just not prescribed. There's main duties, but it doesn't say what other duties. It says they have to be an internal customer or internal vendor to other committees upon their request. It doesn't say what those limitations are. It doesn't say what the, it doesn't establish terms of service or a turnaround period or what they can say no to. There's wiggle room in here, and that's okay. If you elect people to this committee that are of the same mind, and if you elect people based on aptitude for the task and not popularity. So if you vote for this and you nominate and elect people to this committee, please do so based on their aptitude and their skill sets, not how popular they are for your friends, for your family, or anything else. I don't know if we know how to do that. And so I would rather have in this department that we can at least hold accountable, but we don't.
Can I ask you a question? So you're right to object against this. Do you think we're better with it or without it?
I think we're better without this. I think we're better tabling it until we pursue a competent events director, or until we have the officers come to a consensus on a more narrowly defined committee role and authority. I'm not going to jump up and down for a fit because I know time is of the essence. I'm going to vote against it, but I want all to because I have a feeling it's going to pass. But when you nominate and elect people to this, please do so based on aptitude and skills and not on popularity. This is not a popularity committee. This is a working committee for a very specific set of.
Yeah. Thank you, Billy. I think Jody's next.
Okay. As we all know, I am a fan of the committee, but I am speaking in favor of this. And the reason being is because you do not have a business department. You do not have time to send somebody up to do it. I have seen some of the people who have applied for the convention committee. I do think there are some people who definitely have the aptitude for it, which I did not see last time. I cannot echo your statements enough, though, of the issue that happened last time on convention committee, but you kind of, as a body, are in a bind because one of the problems was last time is it started in February, and it's not enough time. That is just not enough time to do a convention of this caliber. Now, you are a little bit ahead because RFP has already been created and it's already been sent out, and you already have contact with the CDBs, but there's a ton of, yeah, you're welcome. But
the committee can tear that whole thing up and start fresh.
They can, they could. I would not suggest that because that is a waste of your time.
I wouldn't suggest either.
Yeah,
but
but they could.
Correct,
and I do understand, and so if maybe the body would be interested in possibly like rewording and working this through the forum, I can see how that is, but this is a good working for a convention committee. Like I said, I have seen the people who have applied, I do think they have a good chance of being populated, this committee, be good at doing it. And that, I mean, you are where you are with it. I do think staff is great, but I think if we push it back over to staff, you're going to have some already very overworked people being in charge of it. And that's going to be a lot of trouble for the staff that is currently there. So with that, that is the in favor of, and this is the person who is deaf by committee over here. So I hate that this is the option, but between the two different, between oversight and planning, I think that this is the way to go based on where we are now with the event staff.
Thank you,
Mr. Westbrook.
Mr. West, yeah, Mr. Westbrook.
I pass.
Okay.
Okay. Then Jeff.
I was also on the residential committee last time, and I got myself in the queue because I was prepared to rebut what Billy said. And thankfully, I don't really have to do that because most of what he said I agree with, especially that part about me being popular. No, but I support this motion, and I think the most important thing is because we once again have to remember why we are here, why we signed up for this job. The purpose is growing the party, outreach. That should be our number one concern. And that's why I believe that we need a committee but hear me out, let me finish. Not just being a committee, but that part about reporting to SLEC is very important. It's what Billy said. SLEC needs to pay attention also. This needs to be a two-way thing. Where all of those things, when it comes to not just the venue, everything leading up to the convention, we need to pay attention, we need to communicate. The committee needs to have deadlines set. This is when we have to have this by, this is when we have to have, and there needs to be that communication and not a situation where we have a committee come to the body at some point and everybody feels like they're blindsided and we don't have enough time to make decisions. So that was the most common one I heard last time. Didn't have enough information, enough time. And we as a committee felt like we had not had the information we needed to get to that point when we got to it. So anyway, I'm pleasantly surprised that I got to mostly agree with what Billy said. And I urge adopting this proposal. And yes, I totally agree with him. Appoint people that you believe will do jobs, all elements of that job. And if we do that and we pay attention and we stay involved in that process, all of us, then I believe that the 2026 convention can be our best convention ever. And I hope everyone will join me in trying to make that happen as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So I was originally going to move to lay this on the table, primarily from the perspective that the people who submitted applications for this were doing so with the intent of being on an oversight committee, not a planning committee. There are people who might have applied who would have applied for a planning committee, not an oversight committee, and additionally, because of the way the motion was worded, the only people who applied were on the SLEC. And we, I think, should give the party an opportunity, the party beyond SLEC, the opportunity to submit applications for this committee. So what I would encourage everybody to do is vote this motion down today, do a little workshopping on it, and bring it up in 30 days. Like, not making a motion that binds us to 30 days. I think 30 days is not very long, but it's long enough. Take a breather, get applications from the rest of the party, and refine it.
So the only people who were given notice to apply were SLEC.
Because of the motion that was originally.
Thank you, Ms. Wilford. Vice President, you're next.
I am one of the few people, actually, I think I might be one of the only people who have still here that was elected to a committee just like this, 2018 to 2020. It turned out to be very, very successful. But we did have our problems. We did end up having 4 of our 7 drop off. And I would not expect that to happen again because it was COVID. Luckily didn't lose them to death, you know? So, but anyway, but Big Spring was great. But if we hadn't had the committee, if we had planning committee, not oversight, we tried oversight. It did not go well, in my opinion. Planning committee, I think, has a shot of doing really well because it was successful last time, even with the friggin' pandemic that made us re-plan a convention 3 times. And then the last time it was 8 days before we had to gavel in, and it was just me at that point. And if we hadn't had all those people with the networking that we had done and all the work, we would have not had a convention in 2020. We wouldn't have. So I am absolutely in favor of doing this again because the planning committee, in my opinion, has worked. Oversight committee for convention does not work. And all the other committees, they need support. And they can't do it with an oversight committee. They can only do it with a planning committee because those people have to be able to do things. They have to be able to be authorized to help those committees in expending what they need. So I rise in favor of this, and I agree that we need to do it like today because I would hope, and if I was on the committee, which I did apply, that we could potentially have a presentation, possibly by February.
Hold on a second, we have Ms. Mickey and.
We have Jocelyn and then Jody again, and then I saw hand go back there. I didn't see who it was. Carol.
Information.
Okay.
Like so there are some people who are on this that are not named tonight that I do not know their names and I cannot read their applications to make an informed decision.
Okay.
Can you come together with the secretary, please?
I didn't get a literacy from.
Okay. While you're doing that, Ms. Bank is moved to call the question. We have a second. Is there any objection to proceeding to a vote? Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and vote on this motion. And then we'll figure out what the things are. All in favor of creating this convention planning committee, please raise your hand. Thank you. And now, anybody opposed to creating this convention committee? That motion passes. We have convention planning committee. We, having created a forum for committees, we need to populate these committees with members. I'm going to basically turn to the secretary for the balloting portion of this afternoon's entertainment. Is there a motion to that effect, or?
I don't know. I just know that there's several names on there that I can't see their applications to tell whether they're qualified or not.
Okay, I'm getting word that we have some significant logistical problems with the names submitted. We also had some concerns about the change of direction of the convention committee and who had applied or not. If anybody, would anybody be interested in moving that we postpone this later, okay, whatever we need to do, or take this up on the forum, postpone it, and we can take it up on the forum for purpose of populating committees? That would be one way to go with this. Or we recess until they get this sorted out.
I can speak to that. So what I had said was, and this is kind of piggybacking on what Anna had said, is we've now voted to form a convention planning committee, but the game has changed a little bit. Should we table actually populating that one committee?
Or just the one?
Just that one committee today.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and populate the committee that are in our bylaws, but table populating the convention planning committee to solicit more people who might be willing to do that. That's because the original motion put on, I was not allowed to be on the convention oversight committee because I'm an officer, not a select member. But with the change to committee, I can be on the committee now.
Yes.
Okay.
The way this one.
Are you moving that?
That's not why.
On the list.
Oh, did you keep scrolling? Keep scrolling.
There's like 37 people.
Are you moving?
Yeah. Okay, so one line on top of that, I move that we postpone populating the convention planning committee specifically today, but we populate the 3 bylaws.
Second. Got a second. Is there an objection? No objection, so that will be taken up on the forum later. Mr. Westbrook?
Yeah, I have a request for information. I had indicated, we have work. I had requested to be willing on both my laws and platform and inform the secretary of that when I resubmitted that.
Did I?
Reflected on here.
All right.
But I see, could we
Okay.
correct that?
And you're sending it updated this morning.
We're gonna run out of time in 5 minutes. Do anybody feel like we need to extend that so we can vote? Or?
How much time?
Joe?
I am going to move that we move all voting of all populating committees to forums. Put out there so we can vote on it.
Objection.
Okay, I have a second and an objection. Did you catch the Joe Roberts?
Yeah, once put on form object.
Yeah. Several objections, I think. Okay. So we're gonna vote on whether to postpone the whole thing. If you want to postpone the whole thing to a full vote?
I just want to put out there so we vote on it officially to make a decision.
Yeah. Okay. If you want to table this up to table, postpone, whatever the correct verbiage is, to take this up on the forum later, please raise your hand. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you don't want to do that, if you want to vote on this stuff, yeah, that motion fails. So, but that means we need a motion to extend time, or else we're gonna.
I motion to extend time by 25 minutes?
45?
25. They give them time to got us to actually do.
So a motion to extend time for 25 minutes. Second. Got a second? Any objection? No objection. What, is that an objection?
Wait, no. Which time were we on? To make the motion? 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah, what time are we out? We were supposed to have 4 minutes for motion.
Is to create population.
But the balloting.
Oh, balloting is that, we still need to.
Yeah, the balloting is what we're doing right now. Yeah, that's what we're basically moving into. This is my bad. The motion is a motion to create population committees, but this is effectuated in this. So we made the motion. Now we need to vote the members. What?
Y'all have a potty break.
Request for information.
Okay, thank you. What is your request?
What if an individual that's on that list was affiliated with another political party? I'm not sure he's officially affiliated with us, and I'm thinking because if they voted in a primary, doesn't that go till end of
So one
December?
person is not absolutely not affiliated with it.
Delete.
Next.
Sounds like that problem just solved itself. What's going on right now is that we are moving from the motion piece to the balloting piece. Populating is confusing, that's a little bit, but as the guy who drafted the agenda, I can tell you that my legislative intent was, first we form the committees, then we vote the members in. I just put populate. It confuses the situation. So we should have already 40 minutes to vote, get our committees built out, and go, and let's go.
Okay.
So, let's go.
In Discord, did Richard break quit or is he still in?
He raised the server.
Okay, because he signed up for commit to be.
I don't.
He signed up that he was referred onto and willing on.
And Robertson too.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So it's your show, Ms. Secretary. Do I need to stand? I don't need to.
I don't know. I think I got that.
Now on the list, I gave them.
We're gonna stand at ease for just a couple of minutes so they can square this away. Don't get too far away, but just calm yourself.
Take a 10-minute recess while I get this squared away.
I'm sorry, what?
10-minute recess while I get this squared away.
I stand at ease. I'll guarantee you that we're gonna stand at ease in at least 10 minutes. How's that sound?
Yeah, I got it up there.
Do you need anything? Do you need more water?
Yeah, I was going through everything with Paul last week. Paul had his list, and I'm like, I prefer a month ago.
Jacob Bradley gave a shout out to our newest county chair, I think newest county chair, Candace Landry. She was here at the time. Here she goes.
All
I want y'all to know that you're going to get an email. The email address you have on file for SLEC. It's going to have all 3 committees, and it's an approval voting ballot. So both the people you do a good job, and the machine will do the rest. Figure it out. But we'll figure out who gets the slots.
The machine will do it?
I know, right? Taking the request for information. Sure. We have a request for.
I'm trying to remember, but approval voting means you can vote for more than the number of slots. That's correct.
That's what I just said, pretty much.
Vote for everybody makes you happy.
Vote for whoever you think will do a good job. And then the calculator will figure out who's the highest vote total bar, and that's who will be on. Any other questions before we send out the order?
That's only asked me to double check the email.
Sorry.
It's the one you have for SLEC contact information. So.
We'll find out in a minute.
Where's the Gmail?
Find a Gmail?
Who's yelling at me? Okay. The last one.
Email is sent. Check your email box.
You need to show all the rows on this. Yes.
Oh, what was the W in your ballot?
We got the W. But fixed myself.
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Without killing Andrew?
Yeah. Good, I can throw another extension cord on.
A second. Ding ding.
Either 3 or 2.
3.
So, now I've already got this out, so there you go.
Unless it's doing it. Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you right now, for 5 seconds, this confused me because we have that HDMI, the exact same pattern.
Point of order. Yes, my name is left off of these.
Where?
On both the bylaws and the platform. I list myself as willing, so that's why I was bringing it up to you. I was on that list, but I'm not.
All right, stop voting. Yeah, stop voting.
Hang on, maybe mine's good.
Jenny doesn't have to. Or maybe you don't have a vote.
Thank you, Joe.
If you make me do this, it's just give me some pictures.
I've seen your face.
I stopped voting, so we can put him on there, so we this.
Okay, so we'll end the ballot.
Abandoned ship.
Hey, by the way, ballot.
Hey, that's against the law in Texas.
You guys come on fire?
We're gonna have ballot.
I did. I don't.
I found about 5 more weeks.
Anna, are you for a minute, please? Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Double check the ballot. I don't know. Just not like 30. I don't want to mess with this. So 6 more people applied. We'll double check, like I said, 6 more people.
Yeah.
Not yet. It won't let me edit or redo. It's taking some scratch every time. It's taking some scratch every time. August is when
I put it
No, it's not bolded. The bolded ones are the ones that. Highlighted. Bold and italicized.
I just saw the highlights of like.
There's bullet it's a
I mean, honestly, she's willing. She's not gonna prefer to, I said it was wrong. No, she's not. I would be like, yeah, hey, Paul. Hey, Paul, could you press that button on that mic right there, just dead center? Yeah, just press the center.
Okay, for which one, Christine?
Platform.
Okay, mic is going hot again. Okay, yes, order please so I can hear. Yes, ma'am.
Would it be in order to make a motion at this time for when to close balloting on these? We don't have anything else on the
I
board,
think
do we?
everybody's just about.
We need an
I'm waiting
extension.
for
Actually,
Joe.
hold on. I wasn't able to. It did not go through.
You don't get, you don't want something like that?
Christie, mine failed when I hit.
And Kyle, you want Kyle's final attempt.
Christie. Yeah,
I got an error when I hit that vote. Can you record a vote for me?
We go back to that one, because the others weren't, the others all went through.
Just fax me your results, I'll get them in.
Okay. Try again.
Yeah, that's the only one that didn't go through.
I just got an invalid.
And I.
Is this solve a problem? We're out of time.
Yeah, but.
Can you patch this?
Uh-huh.
Okay. We're out of time on this item, so we're moving on. The next thing, yes, sir.
I would like to move that since time has expired, we close balloting and adjourn.
Set up.
Or a second.
Motion to adjourn. I got it. It went through.
And adjourn.
You got and adjourn.
Well,
point of order. What?
Division, or not division,
To divide the question.
Yes, that is division, yes.
But divisions count, but the.
Yeah.
No. In Robert's division is separated motion.
Okay.
The division counting is a British Parliament thing that we
right,
get wrong on the
right,
vote. So
yes, division. I thought,
So
yeah, I
you're
know, I was
moving
like,
to
wait,
divide the question?
yes, in the two parts.
you're correct.
Okay, so we have a motion to do two things. We have a motion to divide the question so they'll vote on them separately.
Was the division, to divide the question, seconded?
Yes.
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 So we're gonna vote on whether to divide the question. If you would like to vote on those two things separately, please raise your hand. If you would rather just get it over with, raise your hand. Okay. The motion to divide fails. So we're gonna vote on the motion to close the balloting. Raise your hand if you want to close balloting. Don't want to close balloting? Yeah, that passes unanimously. Go team. Okay, motion, but.
Because it hasn't been moved.
What?
No, it was moved to divide.
Well, he moved.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying it's a motion.
That's correct. That's why we have to vote down the adjournment.
Yeah.
So we're now processing a motion to adjourn. All in favor of adjourning now, raise your hand. All in favor of finishing out today? Okay, that motion fails. Well, so at this point, we're going to either announcements or public comments. I don't know. Announcements. Does anybody have?
I rise to move the motion pertaining to the establishment of a committee drafting a.
It was here a second ago.
There it is.
There it is.
We have a motion and a second to pass this motion, which y'all read a few minutes ago. We're going to set up a committee to create this code of conduct that's going to make us a more peaceful, unified, and focused staff. That's the theory. So, the second?
Second.
Any objection? That passes.
Yeah.
No. Anybody have any announcements for the body? I would like to make one. I would like to thank Jesse Cowart, Montgomery County. What Joe Robertson did, Joe.
Just like all people who are on the ballot this year, so we can give them our applause.
Yeah.
Okay. Jody?
I also want to thank Montgomery County because they were our sponsors for Tea and Coffee today. And
Yeah.
everything.
Oh, nice. Any other announcements?
Yes.
We have one, Mr. Kevin Hale.
I'm pursuing my career in woodworking, and I have parts for sale.
All right, shoot us your hell if you need a mark. Nice, nice, got you.
All right, first of all, I want, after this long, my campaign, running for, Waldo County Commissioner, I want to thank everyone who has, donated to the campaign. Especially want to thank, the two caucuses that endorsed me, the, Classical Liberal Caucus and the Texas Mises Caucus, especially their donation that helped me get an ad in my local paper. And especially my top 4 donors, I want to give a special thanks to them, that being Patrick Mitchell, Darren Pollock, Marshall Beerwinkle, as well as Nathan Kinnan. And then finally, because of after being on a campaign episode with Bina during the I think last month, I ended up creating a new pretty much a fun unity caucus, the Texas Karaoke Caucus.
Did you?
Yeah. So, and we're having, I believe we are going to have a bit of we're going to go out to do karaoke at Julio's Mexican Grill. And if anyone wants to join onto the official caucus Discord, y'all can just contact me and I'll give it.
Is that the guy?
Yes.
In which y'all are all annexed into that damn caucus, because you're an LPTexas.
Any other announcements, Mr. Spartan?
I have 2 announcements. Tarrant County will be hosting a booth at the original gun show in Fort Worth, December 14th to 15th, spreading the message of liberty. If there's anybody here who wants to volunteer, come talk to me. We'll figure out a ticket for you so you don't have to pay to get in. And the second announcement is that there's a group of us libertarians going to Texas Ren Fair tomorrow. Come talk to me if you want to join us. Everybody's welcome. I hope you all join us. And
my Ren people with my libertarian people.
I know you're super circle.
Hang on a second, Joe has an announcement, or what?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, he wants to go last. Carol?
Harris County is gonna have a brunch at Hungry Like a Wolf on December 14th.
Sweet.
Go ahead and drop a line on.
That's a gun show conflict.
What is my name when I put it up on the city, the county website? It gives the restaurant some heads up on how many people, because we always get the table, because nobody puts the baby in a table in the corner. We know how the layout is, it has baby in the corner, and that's where we have, anyway.
Nobody put the baby in the corner.
Nobody puts, or Harris, well, they put Harris County in the corner. Anyway, look it up on the Harris County, website, it should be up like tomorrow, so, y'all are all invited to do that.
How much time does he need? Any other, Mr. Marino?
The West Texas Conference Hospital, love John.
We love you too. Yes, sir.
And Trail, Liz Miller, they're all part of the ballot board in Tarrant County.
Yes.
Everybody try to do that as you can.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. Any other announcements? Take it away, Joe.
Okay. Just a quick announcement on our SLEC channel within Discord. You will find an invite to a Discord that is solely for billing.
Oh my God.
We're up to 22 members now and growing.
The name of the server, Billy Hart Discord.
Billy Hart Discord.
Make that 43.
To provide a comfortable place for you to land as you acclimate yourself.
Wow.
The first comment in the general chat is a link to Signal.
That's right. We did all the appointments. Okay, so another announcement?
Oh, second.
Announcement? Okay.
Let me second that.
Can I just check and see, did anybody have any public comments? Yeah, just one. I think we're cool. So.
Just one.
Yeah.
One quick comment. Hi, everybody. It's good to see y'all. So, if y'all haven't seen them on the Discord, that I let everybody know that in Houston County, in Crockett, I worked with an opposing party to get a committee eliminated and a tax repealed. Also, even though there are some naysayers, May's coming up, local races.
Yep.
Get involved, some form or fashion.
Yep.
You gotta do it because they're already trying to poach me for city council.
Nice.
And I'm like, okay, my calendar's already full. What time do I have on city council? But the possibility is there. If we can eliminate a committee that spent over, nearly $20 million in the city of Crockett. We
Oh my
can
God.
do it all over Texas.
Let's do it.
We can get rid of all these economic and industrial development committees that don't do anything but bleed our tax dollars. Come on, y'all can. Spread that libertarian.
Oh, you do? Yep. Okay, committee results coming at you. So we know now that.
Bylaws.
Patrick Mitchell, S.H. Wilford, John David Robertson, Nicholas Hearn, John Wilford, Paul Dar, and Joe Roberts. Thank you. Platform, David Constant, Christy Ford, Billy Pierce, Darren Pollock, now Nolan Schmidt, Amanda Gibbs, and Jack Westbrook. Your credentials committee is Scott Peterson, Lisa Schlenker, Matthew Gibbs, Bo Zimmerman, Jocelyn Hankey, Jesse Cowart, and Mike Dooley. Way to go, team. Matthew, I think you have something to say.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn on the floor. Does anybody object to him?
Oh, no, I love you guys.
We're out. We're out. All right, no, we're out.